Want to keep it moving.
Go on, it's there. It's definitely working. You sure? You need to get one of them to wait, are you? Gone off. Well,
Something you can hear, please.
that's fantastic. We've got at least one person.
Good morning all. Hope everybody can hear okay, who's dialing in remotely. A big welcome to everybody. Unfortunately, Cass can't be chairing today because of her back. So she phoned me yesterday. I was painting and decorating down in London. Got delayed. I had a late conversation with Toby last night, and then I alerted Phil to the fact that I needed his help and support to chair the session as per usual. And then I got stuck in traffic and waylaid. So it's all gone horribly to the pot. I hope people can bear with me as we try and chair it and as we go through. So brevity will be great because we've got an awful lot to get through. When I was looking at the agenda item, if we cracked through and did the breaks that we think we need to, we've got 10 minutes to go. So it's a fair old look. So I think we'll crack on if that's okay. And I think what we get into straight away then is probably a big welcome to Derma. Firstly, as interim medical director, I know you've been around, I know you know everybody in the room, and I know you're going to play a great part as you take on that role. So a big warm welcome to you, Dylan. Apologies for our absence. We've got apologies from Dr. Richard Falk and Richard Banks. So at least we're down to one Richard. We are. There's only one Richard. I thought you were Richard third. So we are for it. We're ready to go. Declarations of interest. There are just 2 points to note. We've got the removal of Graham Tosh, and we've got the inclusion of Toby, you would just like to...
Yeah, I just wanted to, so I just want the board minutes to note that I'm involved in final adjudication of some staff cases relating to racism, and given paper, I think it's 16 on the agenda, I feel able to make a contribution, but I just want the perception of any conflict of interest to be noted in minutes.
Great, thank you. So nothing else to add or change to the declarations of interest?
So just on behalf of Paul Lynch, he's alerted me to should we make a new declaration regarding a consultancy company that she's currently forming that she wants to be added to the register from next.
Excellent. Nice one, Pauline. Patient story. So we're going to be joined by 2 patients, Kate and Wayne. Phil did send out some context beforehand. We might have had an opportunity to see that. We'll listen and we'll hear. So I think Paul will be company. Yeah.
I think the acoustics are better than the council governments.
I can certainly hear.
Yes, we went putting the tables really close together as opposed to the council governments where it was mixed up. So. Yeah. Or by the time they're forced to correct.
Stolen your God.
Morning. Good morning. Good morning. You're not quite on the stage. I'm not giving you a mic. I've heard your singing voice.
So a big welcome to you both. Really appreciate you taking the time to come along with Glenn to tell your story, your experience. So we're here to listen. There will be no tricky questions. There's nothing of that order at all. We're just keen to hear your experiences. The trust of the board. I don't think there's anything you want to say to the group before we open.
Just to say welcome really to Kate and Wayne, and thank you to Glenn for coming to do his amazing place for us. Kate, well, no, sorry, Wayne's going to speak first, aren't you? And then Kate. And then we'll have some questions.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. My name's Wayne. I grew up in a lovely working class family. I was nicknamed Whistling Wayne when young, so I was always used to worry a lot. I have the best. I've made the best of it while I've been trying to study and work through the years growing up. Until I had a car accident in 1990 when I was 21 years of age. My current diagnosis was first diagnosed in 2015. OCD, psychosis, mood disorder, depression, anxiety, auditory hallucinations. What led me to hospital? What led me to being admitted to hospital? Tragic car accident in 1990. Both parents passing away. Failed relationships. Having paranoia, psychosis, anxiety, depression, not coping very well with everyday life, thinking I was being followed. Being admitted to hospital. Admissions were dealt with quite quickly. I saw a psychologist, nurses, once submitted. I was given the information regarding section 136. It was explained to me by the police and I signed the document. I followed up with the doctors on 3 occasions when I was admitted. On the second admission, I was an involuntary patient. Similar to the first time, was reasonably quick in dealing with admission. Discharged from hospital. I had the meeting with the psychiatrist and nurses. I was given paperwork provided me with a personal health documents and also community support contacts and HD home treatment, CPN support once a week. The CPN gave me a lot of support on self-help documents, toolbox, the crisis plan alert schedule, which has helped me with support, safe space, IPS support, CPN support, PFG support, Martin and Reethy access team, having follow-ups with the crisis team. Talking about time on the wards, these are the pros. Have my medication properly. Relatively quick ambition. We had a cooking meal workshop once a week. We did the wrap plans, which was very helpful. Guided meditation session on wards. I was encouraged to get out of the bedroom and do activities when feeling bad. Rooms were well on site. I encourage people to meet with patients. Craft room facilities were good. Nurses were understanding and helpful. My staff rooms were attended on a timely basis. Further activities walked around the field side, pool table, table tennis, TV, teammate facilities, cooking facilities, workshops. Activity lead, he was to knock on the door if it was in the bedroom, if it was in the room, it was time to attend the activity. Staff attitude was generally good. Helpfulness and staff was generally good. Family welcoming for this. These are the cons. First admitted, didn't have my cup finger properly dressed. I was not taken to hospital as it was not attended to at all in the ambulance. By pushing all that was done as you kept being drenched in water. Words were noisy at night. Wasn't told on the wards grounds for having sleep, but sprung upon us, not allowing me to prepare. There was lack of sleep. I had lack of sleep. It was uncomfortable bed. No doctors, not fully staffed on weekends, and less people on weekends. More quiet on the wards during the day. So there wasn't as many people around. First visiting sister was told to keep it brief. Communication poor between patients and staff sometimes. I was told that rooms would be locked. So I come into room after a weekend with family. I found my room door fully opened. Someone had weed on my bed. I reported it straight away and the bedding was changed, cleaned the mattress immediately. No respect at night time because of the door people places. What could have been done better on the wards? Clean and come out, clean and dressed it around, dressed for the wound. Better provide comfy beds, address noise on the ward at night time, lock the rooms when we're on leave and leave, turn the room centre light off each night because that was quite distracting, trying to get to sleep. Quite something and also benefit from more nurses on the weekends and bank holidays. No doctors available on weekends. Patients more informed. There could be more informed information like notice boards and things like that. That would be a lot of help. So we get to find out what needs to be when. It's just giving more information to the patients. That would be more.
Good, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Kate, I'm 52, I'm a mum, a wife, a sister, and I'm an ex-nurse for over 20 years. The reason why I ended up in hospital, when I was 9, I found my dad hanging in the garage, and that basically changed my life to today, really. And without giving me this support, or we weren't allowed to speak about it or anything. At the age of 9, I started self-harming. Didn't realise until now that's what I was doing. And then at the age of 15, I had my first episode of hearing voices, which now, looking back, was my first episode of psychosis, probably due to depression. Went on in my 20s, had 3 children, went and did my nurse training, and then sadly lost 2 baby boys, and turned to the church for help because I didn't want it on record that I was struggling. But sadly, I was taken advantage of because I didn't have a father. I was taken advantage of by being groomed over a period of a year because he knew that I needed a father figure. And that went on for over a year. And that absolutely broke me. After that, I had 2 suicide attempts, both hanging. And then life just plodded on. Didn't ask for any help from anybody because all my life I've been told that you're just like your dad. So I didn't want it on record that I was in depression or I had suicide attempts. And then life, my 3rd child, got postnatal depression. And I was looking for the next door neighbour who was dying and my stepdad was dying and life just imploded. And I just exploded and broke into I broke into 3 pieces. And then I got my first, went to the GP and got my first admission through the crisis team. I always say being admitted, the best thing about it was getting a diagnosis, because getting a diagnosis has opened up doors for help and support through therapy. But inside the wards, I didn't feel that it was conducive to any form of recovery at all. For my own safety, I was strict and laces, cords, clothing, and it wasn't explained to me why that was being done. And I felt like a prisoner. And then I was put into a room and I slept on the shower tray. I was in such a bad state. I was up all hallucinations and visual hallucinations, and nobody came to see me or check on me on that first day of that admission. And it'd been nice just for somebody to come and sit with me and spend a little bit of time with me. The staff on the ward are all lovely, but one thing that I felt was supposed to have daily one-to-ones, and one day I was just walking down the corridor and somebody said, "Hey, okay, how are you?" And I just politely said, "Yeah, I'm okay," and that was my class as my one-to-one for that day. which at the time somebody had taken their own life on the ward and they'd hung themselves. And I needed to talk to somebody because obviously hanging is very sensitive to me. And that was classed as my one-to-one or you've had it. So that can be improved quite easily. When I was on, I've visited that first year I was admitted 4 times, and then I've been sectioned twice since. Scalebrook ward was absolutely brilliant, but again, strict without any explanation of why. It's just been nice to say this is to keep you safe. And again, I felt like a prisoner. Because I tried to kill myself on the ward, I was stripped of the bedding and I didn't have any bedding for 2 days at all. I had to sleep with a plastic mattress. More activities, like Wayne said, as boredom is a big deal while you're in hospital. And section papers were just thrown on my bed and not explained. I had to go and find somebody because I read it and it said that they can keep you for up to 6 months. And I was like devastated. But they'd just been chucked on my bed and nobody had sat and explained with me the details of the section and what it actually meant and how long we can keep you. But saying all that, the lights are a big deal on the night. It's like torture. It's not conducive to sleep at all. And by the time you've ended up in hospital, you've probably not slept for months prior to going in anyway. And it's right above your head, above the bed. I'm saying all that, I say that RDaSH has saved my life. And being talking to you now, there's lots of positives. I think things could be tweaked to make the experience a little bit nicer and a little bit better. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I guess, on behalf of everybody, just to thank you for taking the time to tell your stories, because it's important to hear. What we'll do now, if that's okay, is just open it out and see if anybody's got any questions or thoughts in response to what you've said. So nothing tricky. So thank you. Any questions, comments? Well, Dawn.
It's a comment really. I am so struck by the reference to sleep. I haven't talked about it a lot, mentioned it too, and the kind of how that makes you feel. I think you described it as like torture.
Yeah.
It's kind of lights on, noise, just that chronic sleep deprivation.
The light is absolutely bad. I understand that they have to keep an eye on you, but I just wonder if there's another way.
Yeah.
If it's just directly above your head in every room, and it's just all night.
Something for us to think about in terms of that whole sleep experience. But thank you for sharing that. It's really looking.
I think we add into that box, a lot of people talk about that. Again, I'm not really paranoid and a lot of people watching.
Judy.
Thank you ever so much. It's so really possible the things so the positive things, so the things that aren't good, we always want to improve. The feeling of involved was around being having a good explanation about things. Making things clear that restriction sometimes if it's explained, it's respectful. And also on the weekends that there doesn't support as much as in the week. Very little work. I'm sorry that that's been that's really well. And so if that makes this is about how we learn. So thank you for sharing that. We will.
The other thing on Scalebrook as well, they take your phones off you. And I get why they do it, but sometimes that's your only lifeline to speak to family or to a friend that might just cheer you up a little bit. So when you stick to everything and then lose your phone, it's hard. Yeah.
It's very, it's important to this.
Yeah.
On the assumption, I'll take, you can.
I'm just conscious that there's some attempts from others who would like to contribute on screen. Unfortunately, we can't take any calls or questions from the folk on screen. So certainly apologies, we're limited to those folk in the room. Toby.
So, just thinking forward, apart from, as Jude said, acting on the things you've told us about your experiences, is there any other support that you think is missing or that would be a benefit? Not just to yourselves, but yeah, perhaps to other people with this experience.
Very impatient.
Yeah, for example, yeah.
I think it comes down to communication.
Okay.
To be honest. I think sometimes the lack of, it sometimes feels like it's them and us.
Okay.
And a bit of power thing between staff and patient. I think communication was just a bit kinder,
Okay.
a bit nicer, a bit more thoughtful, and that's changed your experience.
Yeah. One of the things we have in some of our wards of peers who are working with it. So I don't know if that was something you came across, either of you in your state. So people with lived experience who spent time within the ward environment.
That wasn't.
That was. Okay.
So,
My question was about whether you'd had any experience of working with peer support workers when you were inpatients, or whether, given some of the communication issues you've raised, whether you think somebody with that lived experience might be helpful in those environments.
yes, I think it would be
Okay.
about really mental health.
Okay.
And B, it was just a transition for coming out of hospital, we're getting more insight into what options you've got.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm conscious of the time. Two final.
No, it's fine.
Yes, thank you, Wayne and Kate, for sharing your story. It's really powerful. Kate, I was wanted to pick up on the bits that you said about not wanting to come and forward to get help. But I just wondered if there was anything that we could be doing to make it feel safer to step forward and say when you find things difficult.
I think it's the stigma. It was the stigma why I didn't follow also that, and obviously my personal history of what happened to my dad, and I didn't want to end up like him. I think times are changing and people are more aware of mental health at the moment and are aiming to sort of localise when they need more help and support. Now I wouldn't hesitate to get any help needed. Because despite what I've said, it's been a positive experience as well, saving the life, really.
Thank you. So I think if that's okay, we'll stop at that point. Just so you know what we do with it. So the agenda has got about 5 or 6 really big topics as we talk about inpatient care. So what you've helped us do is have an insight into how it feels in a real way. So it kind of conditions our head as how we receive some of that material, and it shapes the way we think about it. So it's really important to hear directly from you. And then in the private session that we've got later, we will come back to it to say, well, what did we really hear and what did we learn from it? So there'll be a number of points where what you said will clearly impact on the board and its discussions today. So again, I just want to reiterate our thanks to you, because I think it's a really generous thing to share your experience to help others. Who are going to experience in this situation. So hopefully we do that.
Can I just check? My question was, you brought your stories and it links to what you just said. Some really important things about communicate, but how do you want us to communicate with you about some of the things that we're working on? Because you've come and told a story and then we're having chats here. How would you like us to let you know what we're trying to, and it's not quick in some of these, but we'd like to stay in touch and talk.
Yeah, I think notice.
Okay.
In one of the week ahead, so you need a little bit of insight to make it happen, to maybe prepare a better. Personally yourself. That's it. When you go into your board round,
Yeah.
in silence, what you might be talking about.
I think after today as well, we'd perhaps like to reach out to you as well. And some of the things you talked about with grappling with, so I don't want you to feel like it's gone nowhere, because so maybe through Glyn and through Paula, we'll come back to you and talk to you about some of the things that we're grappling with. So thank you. Sorry, Dan.
Yeah, that's true. I can expect to come back and let you know what we're going to do with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Really, really.
We're having a component bacon.
Well done.
Yeah. Okay, so carry on. A bit of a twisted lines to jump straight into it, but if we're all okay to carry on. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Minutes to last meeting. Can we agree the minutes is true and accurate to the record of previous meeting, please? Any comments or amendments to be made?
That's fine.
No? Good, thank you. So on the matters arising, what I wasn't going to do is go through, I went through them last night and hopefully with Toby touched on a number of them, that of the 13 points that are there to propose to a close, they're all listed either as agenda items or clear actions having been taken, and the remainder are of the 4 are clearly documented for when they're going to come back to the boards. Personally, I felt comfortable with all of those. So unless there's any particular point that anybody wishes to make, Toby, you look like you've got a particular point.
Oh, if you're going to go on what I look like, it's going to be a long board meeting, isn't it? Can we just transition the open item list under Graham's name to me? That item is one I will take forward, obviously with Dermot's support. So I think it's the item related to the mead guidance and disengagement policy.
Thank you. So we'll now go into board assurance committee reports. So less of what we did in the meeting, just to try and get to the headlines, because we do have a packed agenda. So I'll heckle myself, if I may, on the first one. So it was the first meeting of the Trust People Council. Now, we have shared this a number of times in different discussions, so I wasn't going to propose to go through that for the board, other than to say just a couple of things. One is, it was a really powerful start, and it was just a start, but it helped us understand from a different range of voices about what was important to them in that broader thing called the people space. And it did coalesce around understanding culture and what it is and what we need to do differently, and how do senior leaders engage with that and understand that. I think it would be really aided by all of the governor appointments from the staff. So there was the omnipresent by Senator Bradley, and hopefully we'll be joined by a number of other governors staff members at the next session. I think there's a real big headline in there of the discussion around anti-racism that came through in the discussion, which was a very powerful, open and honest conversation. And I won't touch on that any further and say it's clearly part of Colleen's discussion that she'll lead later in the session, but some of those dialogue helped inform what was going to come through in that later paper. So a good start. I think we're focused on culture. I think we understand the difference, Rachel, between POD as a committee and the Trust People Council, but I guess that's something to keep watching as we go through, and we really understood that it is about negotiating terms and conditions and that bill. So I think we've got our space, but as I say, it was the first one, more to come. Any queries, questions, Toby?
So just to note, this is an emergent space, so the next TPC will consider its own terms of reference. We will have a discussion at the board timeout, and then the output of that will come for formal approval or otherwise at the November board meeting. But whereas we don't have committees write their own terms of reference, given the membership of this grouping, it feels right to have given people a chance to build their own ideas before we draft some terms of reference. So if anyone's sat here thinking we're receiving a report from a committee that's not constituted, yeah, I guess that's true, but we can, I hope, live with it till we get to the other side in the November orbit.
Thank you. So we received that committee report. Quite a big moment on the next one, actually. Dawn Leese's final committee report.
I
So
will be there in November, but I'm not chairing it.
it is your final committee
is my
report.
final.
Over to you, Dawn.
I may still go back and change it. Politics was stuff. Didn't I? No, you typos.
Shirts blending into background there, fellas.
Okay, right. So just really, actually, some really positive stuff came through the Quality Committee this time, and I think I just want to have a moment on some of these things. So the first is we've talked quite a lot at the board around safe staffing and what we need to have in place as an organisation to be confident. We're talking about ward-based safe staffing here, so there's a big work programme going on that's wider than this, but ward-based. And one of the things that we're required to do is to make a declaration to board of directors annually and 6 monthly. But it does need to be underpinned by real rigour. And we received the 6 monthly review through the Quality Committee. Really excellent piece of work. Big thank you to Steve, his team and others who've been involved in that. Gives us a great basis to move forward in the organisation. The next annual declaration is due in March to QC, but we felt really confident and we felt that significant progress had been made. There were no immediate risks raised to the committee in terms of ward-based safe staffing. And operationally, it doesn't mean that there isn't staff. It's a very dynamic process, but operationally there's really good oversight of what's happening in the organisation. So that's the first thing I'd say. The second areas are these are areas that also have been on our action log for some considerable time, and we've had really close scrutiny over particularly resuscitation compliance in the organisation. We've seen a real step up in terms of resource. There's a new lead that's been put in to help with resus compliance, but also the scrutiny across the organisation, a real focus on getting this right. I'm not saying it is perfect, but it's certainly significantly improved and we felt much more confident, and in fact confident enough to say let's take this back onto routine surveillance now. It doesn't mean the organisation is not focused on it, but we don't need to see it every single meeting at Quality Committee now. So really big thank you to everybody around the resus standards. And the third one, I haven't mentioned it so much, but we have had an eye on it on the Quality Committee, is medical devices, and that's around staff competency. It's been something that's been there for about the last year or so that we've been saying that's not quite right. Really good progress with that now, and again felt a really good degree of confidence. So some really great progress, and for me, I felt really good to see that. There's a couple of areas that I just wanted to mention where the organisation is reviewing areas that require improvement in terms of consistent, effective implementation. I did mention them before, but you just need to know this is still work in progress. PSERP is one of them, and the implementation of that, and the complaints management processes. We did receive reports on both of them, and there have been external reviews conducted. They are now concluded, and we'll look at those again in November. But there is work still to do in the organisation. But we were informed around progress, which was positive. And then the third area I wanted to mention, this is a real biggie for the Quality Committee and the organisation, is we received a further iteration of the draft quality and safety plan. Good progress. It's not complete and needs to be seen alongside the rest of the enabling plans. And we're going to see that at the October development session. Just to say that the thinking around that, there's some great stuff in there. And as I read the papers, I can see how important it is. Implementation is the real challenge around this. And we'll talk about that in October. I think That might be one other thing I was going to say. I know one other thing I just wanted to mention. We did get the report around the quality safety impact assessments. It's really important that we're confident about how that process is working, given the scale of the challenge for the organisation. The bit that's still not quite right in terms of the quality committee's understanding of that is the recognition of the cumulative impact. There are some aspirations to develop that further, and we talked quite a lot about what a mature quality safety impact assessment would look like. We recognise it's not quite there, and we do need to keep an eye on that. I'll conclude.
Excellent. And I guess just as a humble member of the team, I think Dawn has been an exemplary chair over certainly the time I've been there, and I know she's been there before. So a testament to her. Some of the issues that we closed down, she's not let go. And I think anybody who's been in the committee that's heard the phrase, "We're not where we need to be," is what Dawn means there. And she calls it out, and she always does. But I think Steve made it, it's done with compassion, with warmth, it's done with support, it's done with offline care, and dialogue and coaching and support for the chief nurses and other members of the committee that have gone before. And so a big thank you, because I think you've helped improve, and you've always done it for the right reasons, for the right motive, for patients. So thank you.
It's just quick. Yeah, I think it feels odd now to come on a goodbye. And I was like, not in a goodbye because I'll see you in November. Just to go back to the safer staffing, I'm just linking it for a paper later about inpatients. It's really helpful that we feel confident with the nursing.
Yes.
I suppose as we develop our thinking about the wards, safer staffing and a therapeutic environment is not unidisciplinary. So we've got that rigour. I just wanted to drop that in as we think about that with our later phase.
It does sit within a wider context of safer staffing, multi-professional, etc. in the organisation. We have seen some of the thinking around that as well.
Yeah,
some of the plans.
so we can continue to develop.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's slightly scratching against Phil. I don't understand. I think we're at 100% for internal audit actions. But I'm looking at a report from Dawn that says we're not.
There were three.
Yeah, have they now been caught up and they've been counted as on time?
I think
So I think of little else, but
the three that we're referring to here are the ones that they overhang.
but they've been dealt with.
Two of them were dealt with in the meeting.
Okay.
Yes, and then the other complaint policies, the other.
Okay, could we maybe just as a matter of rising, just understand next time, any residual pre-24-25 internal actions? Because as you say, we're 100% in here, but we just need to make sure we're covered the power way from before.
Just because I'm on Teams, there's quite a lot of messages about people can't hear. So it's just, I think we might need to talk into that directly to help.
I think we should all start shouting. That's going to help.
Yeah, please start.
A little bit more intensity.
Okay, so we get the feedback to project a little more. Thank you. So we take a great assurance report there from Quality Committee. Thank you. Catherine, please, audit policy.
Okay, so I'll speak up a little bit and give it a go. I think most of this that's in here is new that we've already got, but it reflects the roundup from the external audit. It's that time of year, the internal audit, everything closing down for 2024, and then sort of planning out and starting to progress into 24/5. I suppose the main highlights, I particularly wanted to know, actually just acknowledge how well I think the picking up another committee like the Quality Committee of the internal audit, excuse me, their viewpoints and progressing those. I think that gives useful insight. That's a good dynamic of the new sort of business and records where it's working between the committees. That's a good thing. And we've done some improvement work around risk management framework, which is noted here, and in particular developed the way strategic delivery risks are now reviewed periodically, and I have insight into that and Phil, but this is all in the report. But I can see some really huge dynamics in that, and the paper later on as well demonstrates where we're going during that. So I think that's well connected into the body of papers. There are a few actions agreed, those are noted at the bottom, but there isn't anything significant to draw your attention to. So I'll just take it.
Great, thanks, Kathy. Any?
No questions.
Great, thank you. We take that committee report for assurance. Please.
Thank you. So as you'll see, our last meeting was the 21st of August. There were 439 detentions in Q1. And as you'll see, there's challenges still remain in a number of areas, including consent to treatment and section 132, which we've seen from the stories today, how important it is that we do those and get those right, and also training compliance. But I really just wanted to draw your attention to the committee identifying two underlying contributory themes. One is incorrect receipt, scrutiny and recording. This is already known to us from our CQC report in 2019, and we do touch on this quite a bit. An appropriate induction of preparedness of temporary medical staff in respect of RDaSH practice processes. Quite often when the team digs into why things are happening, the response often is, that temporary medical member of staff didn't follow the procedure or they weren't sure about it, but we've spoken to them and it'll be okay next time. So there seems to be a theme around that. So thinking is going on to how we might be able to prepare them better as they start to do, as they go through their job, so they can hit the ground running when they come in, and that hopefully should start to clear some of these things up. But what I wanted to do really was to draw your attention to all of the positive things that are now starting to come through. There's really good targeted actions that are underway. So for example, a new weekly urgent metrics review is being introduced at ward level. And this will be a senior individual who will look back at a set of metrics, including section 132 and including consent to treatment, to say, have these things been done? So you've got a much quicker, almost in time check of what's happening. So I think that will start to make a real difference, as well as the new approaches to aspects of identity training, which is found in the PDRs. So I think, for me, I think overall, whilst we have still got some stubborn areas to deal with, I just think that things appear to be being unlocked and things appear to be moving forward. So for me, I think it's a positive message, notwithstanding the challenges that we've still got. Thank you.
Great. Any questions, John?
Just a reflection, Eric. It's linked to the patient story, actually, and it's something that I used to chair that committee. The kind of, it's not what you do, it's the way you do it kind of thing. That whole, you can be compliant in theory, but how you've done it, how you've enacted it. And we work into it, I know you have as well, trying to grapple with the patient experience of all of this as well. And I don't know, there's not necessarily an answer to it, but to what extent do you think the committee's getting understanding of that, as well as the box ticking? If you, sounds awful that, but it was really strong that they threw the reports in bed, the papers in bed.
I wouldn't say it comes through that strongly, but we certainly, with Dermot's help and Graham before him, when we have the conversations of why things look the way we do, that's when we tend to get a sense of what it's like on the ground. So we do get a sense of what it's like, but I don't think we're making that direct connection, I think, between getting things done and how they're done. I think that's fair to say, and that's certainly something I think we can introduce. I'm really keen that this committee isn't an abstract committee, because what it does is protect people's rights, and it is about how they feel and how things are done. So I think that's a really good point.
Thank you. Bill. Sorry, I'm looking at Dawn.
As well. I guess I'd just like to respond to Dawn, because we've done a big piece of work that was on this, if that's okay. We appreciate that we do have feedback mechanisms from our people, which include people detained, but that there needs to be something special for people that are under detention because of their degree of vulnerability. So what we've done is, over the last 4 months, is a pilot around a particular bespoke questionnaire around people who are detained, whether that's from a short detention of 140 or 136 all the way through to the longer detention like we heard about section 3. And what we've done is, rather than having the normal routes of filling in the internet or doing questions, we've employed peer support workers through PMG for 2 reasons. One, because a person to talk to we feel might be helpful, but 2, because it disbalances that power dynamic that was talked about. Because if I, as a RDaSH person, ask that question, I might get a different response. So that's something that we have piloted, and what we're doing is we're interfacing it with care opinion. So in each of our 136 weeks and in each of our wards, we have the ability to take away a 4, but also have a call from a peer support worker in order to try and get that feedback more. Because we know on the inpatient areas, particularly around people who have been detained, feedback rates nationally are very, very low. People don't want to talk about that. So we're hoping that this will heighten that. So there was a particular report that came to the last committee about that.
That's excellent.
And I think that report was really well received. So when it starts to kick in, we have really high hopes about trying to have the conversations that you're talking about. But at the moment, we're not quite there. But certainly, we're really pleased with the pilots, and we were able to glean just feedback and evidence from that pilot as well. So that's really happy.
Thank you, Sarah. Rachel, People and Organisation Development.
Yeah, thank you very much. So our last meeting as well was the 21st of August, and we concentrated on signing off a number of things that have been going on for some time, and also really focused this meeting on the RDaSH. And I will say, I should have asked for this to be put in full. The RDaSH is the reporting of injuries, diseases and dangerous occurrence regulations. And I will try in future that we have everything written out just for my benefit, if nobody else's. So yeah, the key points that I want to draw to the board's attention is our retention rate, our sickness absence and the support worker vacancies that you can see there. But the main thing to say there in terms of our vacancy rate is if we are going to achieve the 97.5% fully staffed by the end of January 2025, then we are going to need a robust recruitment campaign, which care group managers are now on with. Talked as well, included when we were discussing the sickness absence in terms of the flu vaccine rollout, which has started. And I think we're all got the opportunity today to be part of that. Had a really good discussion as well about the Guardian of Safe Working Hours, the work that's taken place in Rotherham and North Lincolnshire, and further work that's needed in Doncaster. And then a lot of the meeting was taken up with discussing the RDaSH report, talking about how we can support our staff more, the approach that we are taking to deal with incidents, and reflecting that we want all our staff to come to work and feel safe and supported. There is an item on the agenda, obviously, about the anti-racism work, but there's further work that the committee will be hearing about at their next meeting, about our approach to that zero tolerance, and how we do address issues where we can, in terms of staff not feeling safe because of the behaviour of patients. Some really positive things to note was around apprenticeships, and we're doing excellently with those. There's going to be an increased campaign to celebrate the success of the apprenticeships and the work that we'll be doing. And I think in so many of our communities, having those apprenticeship opportunities of all ages is really, really important. So it's good that RDaSH are doing that. Dave's already covered about the Trust People's Council. And as he said, we look forward to seeing how our committee and the council work together. And I see that as a really productive arrangement, relationship going forward. There were actions that were agreed. We've talked a lot as well about doctors' experience in the appraisal process and how we can make that as useful as possible, and obviously supporting our retention rates and attracting people to want to come to RDaSH. So a good meeting, a very intense meeting. It would be remiss of me not to finish off with talking about the way RDaSH had dealt with the discontent, the riots that had happened, and we had a very good discussion about how RDaSH leadership had addressed that, not just within the organisation but outside, and perhaps were seen as a leader across the place in terms of being very clear in our values, what we expected from staff, and how we were going to be working with other organisations to make sure that everybody knew what our values were. So that's it, I think.
Any questions for Rachel?
It's a comment. It's not on the term zero tolerance, although we should come back to that at some future occasions. I really don't think it's a helpful term to use in almost any context. Just as we develop a medical appraisal policy, clearly we're planning going into next year to radically change appraisal and PDR generally in the trust. That gets very complicated for doctors because there is national guidance on the appraisal system. So we're just going to need to both develop and narrate that, mindful of that, or we risk ending up in a place where we're asking our medical staff to have 2 appraisals. It's not a problem. We've dealt with it elsewhere. It's just something for us to really think through.
I think, Toby, there is a bit of a split though, because there's the job planning and there's the appraisal, and then there's quite separate.
So that's true.
Yeah.
But the scenario I'm describing, there'd be 3 things, not just 2.
Okay.
So there's job planning and there's appraisal. Appraisal for employees will gradually become a very objective setting based process. That isn't what's in the national BMA appraisal medical model. And when I've done this before, you end up with the possibility either of not doing the first thing for doctors, or with people having to do 2, and having to do 2 would be, I think you'd agree, really suboptimal.
Yeah.
So we just need to give ourselves enough wiggle to allow for the thing that is being taken through at the moment to adapt over time.
Okay. Just so I'm clear, so I hear the zero tolerance is not the phrase.
Well,
Is
no,
the
it's
phrase-
personal.
Use the phrase acceptable behaviour, because we will come back to that. But I find it more helpful to tell me what I should use.
Sure.
Rather than.
And I was simply expressing a personal view that the use of the, I know especially in other places in college, that the term zero tolerance is unhelpful simply because it doesn't work. It doesn't deliver what it purports to deliver. I think we have moved to acceptable behaviour and conversely, therefore, unacceptable behaviour.
Okay.
But my difficulty, Dave, is the minute you say zero tolerance, there will be somebody in the environment who can think of a time when we tolerated something. So your statement is immediately voided. And I just think that's ineffective unless we literally mean zero tolerance. And I don't believe we do.
Judy, is that okay?
And it is okay, and if it's all right, we can come back to this later and look at the racism thing.
Great, thank you. So thank you, Rachel. Public Health Patient Involvement and Partnerships Committee. So that was the one that I chaired just quite recently. I think rather than looking at each and every line item, I think there's a couple of points to make. One is a lot of progress to get really complex issues, particularly around health inequalities, down to concrete pragmatic actions. So great credit to Joe and many, many others who got involved in this work. So I think we're starting to move on it. I think there's two issues to point out. One is it's on the third thing. So things like community involvement and community power, I think there is further dialogue for us as a committee definitely to have, and also as a board around what do we really collectively galvanise around, and are we all talking about the same stuff here? And what are we personally get to do in our own practice to make a shift? So I think we should rightly come back to that. It's not just the work of one delegated committee to shift towards community-powered organisation. We know that, but I think we should come back to that as a board. And Toby and Joe will lead us through that. The second one was underpinning the work on health inequalities is data. And we haven't got what we really need. And Joe did a great summary of where we are with it. It's a really transparent summary, and we're not where we need to be. So it does pose questions for the organisation, not just in how do you get stuff out of the system, but how do we really think about data to help us on that journey. It's not the end in itself, but it's a really big help to get us there. So there's quite a big job of work maybe to think through how really we tackle that, not just in relation to the committee, but more broadly. So I think they were the 2 points that I would bring out. So good progress, but a lot of work to do. Jo.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. I think the two very strong themes were at the leaders' conference yesterday. So we were exploring throughout the day with our partners and peers about community involvement, engagement, power. And we also had Professor Owolabi spoke at the conference and talked about those issues, but also about data and the importance of data giving us the steer for action. And something that I thought was quite powerful compared to this time last year was some of our leaders and matrons were asking for data and wanting to look at how we can work together to improve that situation, to enable them to lead and make changes. Whereas in the past, maybe 12 months ago, it was more of a we've got to get the data out. So I think it's not just about the data. We've had some reflections in the delivery reviews this week about making sure that we understand that the data is there to help us assess quality and safety, help us improve, not just for the sake of getting data and monitoring a target. So I think it's something that not just the committee is grappling with, but we are with our partners and communities, and it will be an ongoing process, but it was positive to see that linkage to the committee discussion.
Thanks, Jo. Any other comments on queries? No, so we take that assurance report there. And so Pauline isn't with us in the room, so I believe Sarah is for them.
I think it's fully. So again, the last meeting was the 21st of August. Much of the report in terms of the finances I'm not intending to highlight, as we discussed later in the agenda. So we'll have lots of updates and get a clearer sense of where we are. But I did just want to highlight two things that I think have been challenging for us as a trust and are now starting to move forward. So the first one was the vacancy and workforce reporting. And this is about rebasing trust-wide vacancy factors as part of the planning cycle. And that's bringing together, we've heard, this being discussed in pod, and it's bringing those two things together. So the finances and the people and the work all come together. It's all part of the same tapestry, and that we're looking at the same information at the same time, and making sure that we're consistent approaches are underway again to help people to do that. And the other one was the NHSE investigation and intervention report found that the Trust had strong controls with respect to agency spend, and the Trust is now sharing best practice across South Yorkshire. I think it does did say to us that eyebrows were raised if people were wondering how we were doing this stuff. So I think that, again, it comes down to the leadership point I think that was made earlier, but I think those two things out of this report are probably the most important. And it just finally looking to say is that the committee was pleased to see that the future estates plan is progressing, but notwithstanding the impact of the most recent financial challenges, and that estates were responding to the clinical needs of the trust. So I think some things are moving on a number of fronts. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No?
I don't understand why the SIP position in here is as it is. So I think that we are on track. I think the SIP plan was in 12ths, so that might be the answer. But with the exception of the £500,000 for closing the ward down the road from here, I think we're delivering on everything, including agency.
Correct. So SIP plan is in 12, so the recurrent element of it, we've identified schemes, so this is more around the in-year delivery. So in-year delivery in terms of recurrent schemes spend that's come out, that's what this shows here. I think in the overall package shows the recurrent and non-recurrent element in there.
Okay.
So I think it's probably, we could have expanded that a little bit more, potentially that's the reason for it. We have identified schemes, the value of the overall trust target. This reflects just the recurrent element of delivery.
Okay. I still don't think I'm there.
Okay.
But why don't you and I take that outside the room? Because I think this is going to come down to definitions. And I don't just mean recurrent versus non-recurrent. I mean, when is an agency saving, given that there isn't a budget for agency, which you and I have discussed. So because the impression left by this inadvertently is that we're delivering less than half our CIP programme. That isn't true. That isn't right. So I don't mind the actual numbers, but the tone is not the case. We are exactly where we said we needed to be at month 4 on the CIP programme.
Yes, we can, pick that outside and I suppose reflecting future wording within the report, show the position with and without recurrent and non-recurrent, because I think it's probably.
And if I'm mistaken, it was us, come back and tell us. But this to me would be saying, well, we're behind with our CIP. I don't think we are behind with our CIP.
So clarity on the CIP position. Thank you. Conscious of time, I think we covered all of the committee reports. Thank you very much for everybody's chairing and participation on the committees. Thank you. And we've now got broadly 40 minutes to fit in 25 minutes. Toby.
Oh, I think we'll be done by 11:30. So
no, in 3 items.
Yes, no, I understand. Yeah, I understand, but they're all in my reports on this. So, so if I draw out 3 things from the report, all of which I guess are about patient safety, and then maybe just come back to the final concluding comments. So the first one is in terms of Regulation 28, the board will remember and received at its May meeting the 2023 Regulation 28 letter issued directly to the Trust, and the one issued to NHS England in relation to ourselves. We'll come back to that next board meeting via the Quality Committee. We've received a further Regulation 28 letter in relation to a patient who was referred to us and was due to be seen within 3 weeks. But prior to being seen, tragically completed suicide. The coroner formed a view that there were things we could have done differently that would have prevented that situation. Dermot and Steve and I will meet next week. I think we may take a slightly different view than the coroner, and clearly we will respond to that by the 30th of October. That is not to say we can't change what we ordinarily do in response to the circumstances of this person's passing, but on the face of it, we followed the protocol that we have. It's fair to say to the board that there is a further death, which is, I think, different in circumstance, but may appear to the coroner to be quite similar in the same geography, in the same service in the next 10 days. And that is simply shared with the board, because you'd want me to, rather than doing it in retrospect. For some people involved, the issue of these 2 deaths pivots around how we look after older people who present in services that do not regard themselves as older people's services. That is an issue that we will resolve trust-wide. We may need to resolve it very quickly in Rotherham in a way that isn't necessarily fully endorsed by all of our staff. But we have a model in Doncaster and North Links that I think, at least as a temporary measure, is the right solution. That wasn't intended to be elusive. If it's ended up elusive, I'm very happy to talk about it either in the board meeting or when we break. So then the second patient issue is at 2.3 and relates to my new specialist subject of doors in healthcare environments. And so we have gone through a process, and we will, to use Jude's verb, serve at the next Quality Committee the notes of the door panels work. That work has concluded that our existing supplier, we can mitigate some of the risks that Steve had identified when he started, and we can tolerate, that's the right word, some of the other risks. Consequently, we are proceeding with our existing supplier. Richard has been spearheading the bathroom salon door implementation, which I'm given to understand is going very well.
Yeah.
We will, between now and April, effectively fully complete putting in the new doors to our adult mental health environments and to most, if not all, of our older persons environments. We are still left with a residual issue, which we will consider separately about section 136 doors and some other environments. But we've reached the end of that process of considering what the right answer might be. Obviously, part of the decision to put the same things into adult and older adult environments is part of us trying to produce flexibility in the environments that we have. So I think the other thing I wanted to draw attention to, Dawn's already spoken to, which is the progress that we've made with things like grab bags, oxygen consent, section 132 rights. Teams were in with us this week in delivery reviews trying to talk about perfect weeks, in other words, getting all of those things right. That is obviously a small subset of stuff to get right. And Dave, I was saying to you that I think now we need to migrate as an executive and as care groups between now and Christmas to, if you like, the whole list of everything that we're looking to get right. Otherwise, we will just be kids on the football field chasing the ball. And I don't want teams to feel that's what we're doing. I think it was right to do a bit of testing with some of these long-standing issues, but rather than rushing off after must or rushing off after this or rushing off after that, I want to get the whole list and a systemic solution that works if you're running, for example, a ward environment. So that's where we're headed. The last thing, in case by any chance anybody didn't read all the way to the end of the report, I think at para 5.3, we talked about this a little bit at the Public Health Committee. We're going to look through Jo when she's back to sort of systematise slightly more quantifiably this transition between the leadership of our trust being in lots of NHS meetings, talking to lots of NHS people about lots of NHS things, to the leadership of the trust being in a more diffuse set of environments, having a range of conversations. We're really committed to that as an executive team. We've done a lot of thinking about it. Our care groups are really committed to it, but it is also dead hard. And I'm not raising that here for sympathy. Almost my point is I want to make it a board thing, that we're okay with it, and that we're so okay with it, we track it and see how it's going, because absolutely guaranteeably it will produce backlash within both ICB systems of, well, you weren't at this. Yeah, no, we weren't, because we're doing it this way. So it's something for the board as a whole, I think, to have visibility of as we go through. So we'll be moving to that level of transparency, which isn't tracking. It's not because we don't want to do it. It's just so we can see it happening. Now, there are two annexes to my report, one about DASI and one about our updated position on EPRR. I'll pause my report there. Any discussion anybody wants to have, and then we'll come to Jo and to Richard to take the reins for those other two items. All right.
Thank you, Toby. Any observations, questions? Can I just build on? So on bottom of page 44, Toby's referenced it, and all of the bits that keep cropping up that we have single point solutions for, and then you've got a line that talks about a systemic solution and high quality data visualization.
Yeah.
You know, that's how you build the world to get it right first time, and it implies a bigger set of interventions around probably a quality management system enabled by high quality data visualization. And it's about things like device strategies. So how does that nurse, that doctor have everything they need to hand that prompts them to do all the right things at the right time and alerts when it does go right? That's a massive thing. And I think what I was looking for and why the pressure on getting the plans outed and scrubbed down is that as we've learned about what we're trying to implement with the promises and the big operational things, those enabling plans need to be really joined in. So I did ask Phil to say, have a look at the digital plan, because I was trying to expect to see the data visualization, and I can't quite see it. So it might be in there, it might be in Richard's plan, but I think there's going to be the opportunity in October for all of us to really kind of stare at the joined up plan and the promises in a way that gives you and us collective confidence that we've got the right work going on at kind of a detailed level. So yes, we won't know the answers, but we should have place on.
So yes and no. So you're absolutely right. In October, we will go through the plans. If what's implied is the plans are delivery plans for the promises, they're not. But you're right, it should be the case that main themes like data visualization ought to flow through the quality and safety plan and the digital plan. So I don't think it'll be quite as neat and perfect, and isn't intended to be. But you're right, you should be able to see that. And I think that the data visualization point, particularly in terms of, let's say, ward environments, because that's where most of those indicators sit. Underneath that is something we come back to later in the agenda, which is about how do you develop multidisciplinary teams, conversations, and so on. Because what we don't want, all of us who've done peer review visits would recognise this from the wards recently, is, oh, it's okay, there's a sort of notice board up there with the scores, and probably only the registered nurses feel it's their job to look at it. It doesn't really move us forward. And if you don't like that scoreboard, there's about 5 other scoreboards knocking about somewhere on the ward that you could have a look at. So we really are going to have to kind of think through how that lands as an environment, which is why the meeting some of the exec team have got tomorrow will move us increasingly to a pilot ward where we test some of these interventions. So I'm not going to let us go off and roll out culture of care programs or any of that stuff until we've got a pilot ward where we're confident we know how to do this. And if that means it waits longer, it waits longer, because I think staff are too busy for us to practice on, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Any other? Okay, so if we move, thank you, Toby, to annexes. So Joe, you're kicking off on Darcy.
Yeah, Toby's done a short analysis of it, and we've also got the summary document on page 57, which starts to pull out some of the key messages from the Darcy report, with an emphasis on what's really happening in the NHS, but also the impact of that and the wider social determinants of health on the health of the nation and that deteriorating position. There is the analysis in there about perhaps why that has been happening, and an emphasis to start to try and make some shifts in the system to be able to address this over the next 10 years. So, of course, this isn't the 10-year plan, it's the starting point of where we believe we are at present. I think the shift of some of the message proposed with some of the messages fits really well with our strategic plan. Many of the things that are couched in the document and some of the things that need to be included are addressed in our promises, and the emphasis that we want to have in terms of the care closer to the patient, community power, addressing health inequalities, as well as delivering shorter waiting times and looking at those different options of lead-based services. So it's good to see that emphasis and consequence of what's happening on health inequalities. The devil will be in the detail in how we deliver this. Some of those recommendations at the bottom of that page 57 are not new things. An emphasis of shifting funding from acute care to community and mental health services. We've all been in the NHS a long time and have heard that. So that will be challenging. That is not something we can do on our own, and we need to work within systems, within financially challenged systems, to look at how we can shift that over time. And I think the other key point that I would raise, now my brains are that's it's come back, is social care. And we know that social care is the yin and yang of NHS provision and the determinants of health. And to be able to shift on some of these things, we'll need to have an equal emphasis on social care. For me, that's pretty silent in the summary of facing. So we're looking at it, we're looking at what it means for us strategically. It's not a massive shift from where we're going in our direction. We know that it will be a challenge across the system. It's welcomed in terms of its honesty, but I think we need to think about how we respond. So my final point is that systems starting to gear up is to set up working groups on how we respond to Darcy. So the system is responding in the way it has always responded to things that we have not cracked over the last number of decades.
So what are we going to do?
What are we going to do? Well, our first response to that request is that instead of having an RDaSH executive on this group, we would like to put forward a patient. And we're awaiting the response to that. So we need to look at, you know, where our strategy fits, what actions do we need to continue with, what do we need to accelerate and keep moving, and perhaps where do we need to make our mark in helping us as a system deliver these things for our patients.
Thank you. I guess it's one where we note the conclusion. I really hear and do observe that a lot of what we're doing is very, very much in concert with chiming with the intent. But it's what does that really, really mean? I guess we're going to find out. Any Richard?
Yeah, just to comment on your last point, Joe, in terms of, you know, putting a patient forward. And I would really hope that these discussions have been going on for a long time, as you said, that this is a real opportunity, as you say, to perhaps do something different.
Yeah.
And we shouldn't have the executive there as rightly. But also, I think, and agree with what you say about social care, but it's all about the promises and the community and the peer support. And a lot of people never get to social care.
True.
You know, and it's about how collectively the place is able to support people better in their community, or rather than better in a way that they want to be supported.
Yeah.
And so I would hope across that, you know, our footprint, there's an opportunity to do that a little bit differently. Because I'm sure people, when they read this, were thinking that again, okay, we're going back there again. So, and hopefully if we can lead the way in that challenge, then that's a good thing.
Yeah, I think there's a real core here for authenticity, isn't there? So public services get to a moment of change, plan to do the thing they were planning to do, and then insert the word Gazi at the front of it. For us, this needs to be doing what we were planning to do, but we shouldn't be supplements to large-scale reorganisation. Just happens to have Darcy written on the front of it. The optimistic thing is the person who is authoring the NHS 10-year plan has a lifetime experience in social care. She has probably rather more experience in social care than in NHS services. So I'm sort of optimistic that Sally's influence will balance in the way your last point raised, Joe.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, so we know. Richard, so emergency preparedness, resilience and response.
So if we didn't have any water, Richard, how would these standards go?
Yeah, I mean, and I was thinking, how do we go from the Darcy to something very binary? So that, you know, with EPR, you're either compliant or you're not. There's no fudging with this. I think you probably had quite a lot of signposting with this. So there was the update, I think it was in January, where we were, after the national hard reset, we were 21%, which had us in the middle of the pack. You may remember our own ITV was 7% compliant. So we were sort of where we should be, if that makes sense. We talked about the 2-year programme of improvement, and we decided to focus on 3 key areas, which was around primarily testing and evacuation. It's really important. Business continuity planning, which I'll come back to in policy in a minute, and then also making sure there's some national standards that we're training as commanders, strategic commanders. We had our training on, some of us on, most of us on Friday, so we should hit.
Do you have to be referred to as Commander Richard?
No, the word command.
Yeah, well, we'll tackle that one. I'm probably sub-captain or something.
Yeah.
So in terms of, so the reason why this has come here is that we have to formally submit. But I think the date of the submission is just after the November board. So what we thought was a paper which is probably a very strong indication of what we will achieve. So which goes in on Monday. Yeah. Our prediction, which is, don't tell me how it's 60.35%. That's the binary scoring, which again, having spoken, and then there's going to be a period of peer testing and review. Our final submission will be on November the 22nd, and the 22nd, and the board is 28th. So my intention is if it's going to go completely off stream, which it won't, I can give you an update, but this is a very strong and safe prediction of what will be. I think it then gives you an outline there's quite a detailed update of where we're compliant, not compliant, and I'm hoping the paper provides what the next year is going to be to try and get us up towards what will be compliant. And like I always said, it's going to be a 2-year programme. Can I just dive in quickly? So as part of compliance, 2 elements have to come to board, which are policies. They're the only two. So there's something about risk, which is going into the risk. We can just add a bit, but the business continuity management policy is one of our addendums. It's probably a strong refresh to what we've done before, meeting sort of national standards around. So it has to come here for you guys to go, yes, we're approving that. It's the only paper that has to do that as part of our formal policy. So to check, so the actions for me to check if we can approve that business continuity policy, to hear our projected, very strong projection of our cost standards of 61% with the plan for next year, and then perhaps come back in July after going on to our, because our next compliance will be this time next year, so hopefully we'll be achieving it.
Thank you, really clear. I thought the paper was really simple and laid out, so thank you for that. Could I just ask the question? So standard 5 is one that we collectively need to be satisfied on the level of resources to achieve. Yeah. And how will we get to that?
So I've done that. So essentially, we've done comparatives with other areas. We actually do have additional, so we have an 8A and a band 5. Actually, most areas only have 1 person, and that's in bigger trust than us. So I've done a review, and the other thing that we've done since I've started is we've obviously in our restructure invested in our deputy care group directors. They are the EPR leads in their care groups. We need to just pick up. So to some extent, we've got enough primary resource. We've added additionality. Maybe in the next year we might do some EPR champions, but for me it's enhancing the deputy care, which are new to our structure in terms of taking the lead. So we benchmark well in relation to our resource.
No, that's really good to hear. Thank you. Any other questions, Chris?
I'm in support for this. I think on the 3rd recommendation about next July, I'm keen on that. Next July, of course, we will have done some evacuations. We will have all our business continuity plans. So I suspect we'll give a little bit of thought, Richard and I and others, to next year's testing might be slightly more participatory, if you like, just because it can be. So that's not a criticism of what we're doing here, which is fantastic, but to be honest, there's no participatory element that you could possibly engineer unless you're going to read through lots of documents. But, we will know if our planning works because we've managed to evacuate Skelplock, for sake of argument. And that feels like the important thing, where the policy documents are foundation.
Anyone keen to be part of it?
Well, no, it's a serious comment.
You're very welcome.
Draw more sucker from that.
Well, and part of the testing, as gold members here, we will be taking the lead around the strategic arm of it, because as gold, we need to be experienced that. So it won't be me doing them all, and we'll learn and develop and that. So that we'll be able to feedback on that. Yeah. And there was a business continuity situation this morning. So can I take it that the business continuity plan is
fantastic?
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
So we're at that break point. Thank you for those who are online for bearing with us. I'm really conscious that we're adjacent to a cafe, there's dogs barking and there's a load of noise. So apologies if you can't hear. We're trying to do our best to project, and we'll try and remember that as we go into the next session. So 15-minute break, and we'll come back at 1:45, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Board flew down. You know what's happening?
Wonder how long it'll be before they start again.
I would say any minute, because he said 11:45, didn't he?
Okay, great, thank you.
What have you got? No more words. Carleen is talked out.
Excellent. So we're good to go for the next session. I should have put it in the early of starting off. But lunch will be at 1:30. For those good board members, there will be the opportunity to get a flu vaccination by a very caring, kind deliverer. For the bad board members, Steve, the Harpoon Forsyth is on standby to give you a good ride.
Dermot's learning, aren't you, Dermot? You're having a bit of a learn. Dermot can practice on you.
I've done my e-learning.
Yeah, you've done your e-learning. Fantastic.
Trust me on that.
Anyone wants a trial with Dermot? Go for that.
Excellent. So, serious topic. Over to Carleen, please, for a discussion on anti-racism.
Thank you. So the case builds on the information we had brought at board in March this year, where we reflected on the staff survey results and the increase of discrimination that a number of our colleagues shared by the staff survey. It also reflects on some of the points we've touched on earlier today in relation to Trust People Council and HOD Committee, the discussions we've had in relation to Orders riots. So just to reflect formally on some of the work that we've done as a result of the Orders riot, we've had supportive working interventions across the organisation. There was a trust-wide organisational response, which was supported by the local management response. We were very clear we wanted local managers to have discussions with their colleagues to understand what their needs were, rather than having some one size fits all across the organisation. And we've reflected on our response with colleagues through various different means and mechanisms. Our response has been very clear though as an organisation. We will not tolerate racism within the organisation. We've been very clear with the HR approach, and we've heard today about the acceptable or unacceptable behaviour policy as we have in earlier meetings. We've taken a number of steps and have a number of actions, but we've been very keen not to have too many actions. The actions we determined or decided upon, we want to implement those fully across the organisation and focus on a small number and do things right, rather than it being a tokenistic approach. So we're confident that those key actions will deliver the work that we need to focus on. Also reflecting on the staff survey results, not all cases from the feedback we've had from the riots, not all incidents are being reported. They are being escalated. within the organisation. And we have to explore some of the reasons behind that. So we see a small number of those coming through HR cases, through the incident reporting system and such like, but there's many more across the organisation that go unreported. We are using some phraseology. If you walk by it, you stand by it. So we want all employees, all colleagues, partners and peers within the organisation to call out that behaviour and support us in addressing those positions. We've also got a number of touch points where we are focusing on some of the work we need to do, such as the half-day learn, the induction programme that you'll hear about later on today, the leadership development offer. We've appointed our active bystander training provider, which has gone through a tender process. Makita are joining us on the journey for active bystander and the LDO. We heard from them yesterday at the Leaders Conference. We've also got the development of the new appraisal system that again we've touched on earlier today. We have reviewed and are continuing to review our recruitment processes and the inclusion of global majority colleagues in all aspects of the recruitment process. So that isn't tokenistic in nature where those colleagues will just attend the interview panel. They are attending agenda change, job matching, job evaluation training. So right at the outset of the recruitment, as a job description changes, goes through an assessment process to determine the banding. We're looking at having global majority colleagues support us throughout all of that. Also focusing on the talent management of global majority colleagues. How do we support and amplify their progression within the organisation or outside of the organisation? There is the Northwest accreditation, which we are exploring and looking to achieve accreditation, but that will be a result of the work that we do, not the driving force. It will be a natural, positive fallout from the work that we're doing. Focusing on the RES data, our workforce race equality scheme data, we are proposing that information will go through discussion at people and teams, and then also to pod, with then publication at the end of October. The RES data, for colleagues that are familiar with it, focuses on 9 areas. A number of those areas, though, you have already seen, because that's from our staff survey data, and we've already had sight of the staff survey data that was presented to board in March of this year. The staff survey for this year has only just started. We started our staff survey campaign on Monday of this week. We won't see the published results until late February, March. So there isn't any further data for us to reflect on. We've detailed within the paper what will success look like.
So can I just, so on that point, I think the board just needs to recognise and note that we are delegating to people who are the Organisation Development Committee and final kind of review of the workforce race equality sample data, the RES data, before its submission. So that would normally come through in fullness to the board, but because the timings, it will go through the next meeting. Sorry.
So the paper then details what will success look like and how will we reflect on those. And then Dave's touched on some of the points from a governance perspective, taking the paper through people and teams. We've had discussions with our REACH network, and then finally through to pod for publication at the end of October, stressing the staff survey results we've already seen in full, and they are publicly available. Thank you.
Thanks, Colin. So, any comments, queries about the paper and more importantly, the sentiment of the actions that we've got that lie within it? Judith, is that a hand? That's a hand. Thanks, Judith.
Yeah, I think it's a really important paper, and it's a paper that has many strands to it. I think drawing the attention also to the fact that our promise is about anti-racism, but it's also about anti-discrimination on a lot of levels. And when we reflect on the abhorrent riots that happened, there was different strands around immigration, weren't just to do with some of the racism that was described. And I think the shift to anti is very different from being against when something happens that is racist. So actively doing things that do not accept racism is a difference for us, which we are going through. But it's a really supportive structure that's been put in place. But we've no doubt got more to do. And it's about the test of this is when our people, our patients and our community start to access us more, and also when our staff feel safer to come to work.
So I suppose I want to really emphasise the importance of the learning half days within getting this embedded within our organisation. Thinking about what we're targeting our top leaders through the leadership development programme, we'll have the middle managers programme as well. So there'll be a great big portion of our colleagues who we can target them through the learning half days. So I think that's sort of corporate directorates and clinical care groups, I think, coming together and really using those sessions to focus on delivering that training and awareness and that shift between being anti and what that means for our teams. Key really. So I think the learning half days are a good opportunity for us to use that time and space to explore this with our teams, because we'll get a variety of views and there'll be a bit of time that I'm sure it takes our teams to get their head around what what's being anti means. So we'll come on quicker. Others might need a bit more support with that. So yeah, I think just emphasising the importance of those sessions.
Thanks, Susan. Joanna, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that the trust responded to the race riots has helped start that conversation. So obviously the Reach network were providing a lot of support to global majority colleagues, but we were also within our teams probing and discussing what was happening and what the organisational view was versus how the team were feeling. So it wasn't just a global majority conversation, it was with wider colleagues and looking at the difference between saying I'm not racist to being anti-racist. So I think, you know, the work that was done in that 10 days with Richard's leadership was really helpful in not just saying we're standing against this internally and externally, but moving the conversation on ready for this approach as well.
Thank you. So I think we go to Lee and Rachel, please, and then I'll speak back.
Thank you. Really like this paper, but I wanted to check, we've got the Reach network mentioned several times, whether they've been involved in actually co-producing the actions, and also as important is that we're doing things that are making a difference. It's about how they feel as well, and do the network members feel that these are the right actions and that they're suitably ambitious?
They have been involved in producing the action, so it has been co-produced, and we've had the Reach Network, the Anti-Racism Alliance, the ARAs, and we've had detailed discussions with all of those, so the information's come from those networks, and we've worked through some of the challenges. Have we been bold enough? Have we been brave enough? So there's some of the discussions we have had at the meeting.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, really welcome the paper and the emphasis, as Jude says, on anti-racism, because it's a lot different to saying I'm not racist, which is really important. Good to see that it is co-produced, you know, and that the global majority were at the table and driving the discussion, which I don't think happens in all organisations. So that's really good to see. Really good to see about the training as well, but I'm just interested to see once that training's done, where's that ongoing support for senior people to have those discussions about how do we make sure this isn't something that was a reaction to an awful set of circumstances, it's how we embed it across the organisation. But I think you said, Carleen, in terms of, oh, people aren't reporting things, and I think I'd really like to see us understand where that's happening and why that's happening, because people don't report things if they don't feel safe. And that applies to racism, any type of discrimination. If you feel that if you're going to raise something and people are just going to say, don't be silly, it didn't really happen, you know, then people aren't going to report it again. And I think there's something about, I really like what I said about, you know, the approach in terms of walking by, and that's what we stand for, etc. But I think there's also something about right first time, because I think people will feel reluctant to raise something if it isn't dealt with in a way. So I think having the emphasis on not having to almost prove the intent, but how it was perceived is so, so important. But really keen to see how we get that ongoing conversation. Though this is a difficult situation. I was just reflecting to Jude over in terms of the riots and stuff, and how difficult it was for people around me to understand how difficult it was in that time. And people getting it completely wrong because they couldn't understand that it wasn't just about asylum seekers. This was a whole intent against any type of people of the global majority. So I think it's about being supportive. It's about being absolutely clear about what our intent is, but recognising that we need that ongoing support for staff in the global majority or not, so that they know what to do in certain circumstances that will arise. And it's about almost having those, I don't know, action learning sets, something where people can actually just test out what they've done, why they did it, was that the right thing to do? And obviously working with the REACH group as well. I did notice reverse mentoring in here. That sometimes can be quite formal, which is great, but perhaps there's more opportunities for that informal reverse mentoring from people at all levels of the organisation. And then I'll shut up. And the last thing was just to say, in terms of how we present that to our organisation, we talked, to our wider community. We talked earlier about health inequalities, and I think it's probably true to say across all of our footprint, we don't have the people that we should be serving in terms of the numbers that come to us and why that is. So I think having this intent allows those conversations in the community.
Really good point. Now, I think Toby, you have.
No, I'm happy to wait. I'm happy to wait for other colleagues. Happy to wait.
It's just a couple of sentences. I was on peer review the week and with but I think with both staff and the patients, specifically on the staff point, just ask them about the experiences at the time of those horrible riots, and also about what the trust and how it had been and different. And they gave me positive feedback, so I just wanted to share that. And I think, that's just a moment in time in a meeting in peer review, but that's a good thing. And equally, I might have said actually it wasn't so good. So that was positive reinforcement of what we've done, how we've responded, and how they've been made to feel safe and belonging.
Yeah, it was just 3 points. I thought that was great. It is very complex, this. So a plan is not necessarily going to address what is a very nuanced and complex. We're talking about institutional labour and all our systems. Having a plan is not just going to sort that out simply. And our constant conversation and leaning in and talking to this is going to be what we need with all of our staff. Just to so in that very time, our teams did lean in to global majority. I think colleagues were distressed. It was interesting they were upset. It was not just hearing about how anxious people were, and it was genuine fear about what was happening at the time. I think some of what really touched them was they were talking to, well, it's like this a lot of the time anyway. And there was the fact that global majority stuff, we're normalising it, we're sort of shrugging the shoulders a bit, it's like that. I think that really threw people in a way. And I'm saying that's really important you understand and hear that. But in terms of the co-production following the events, there has been a lot of debriefing, meeting with a range of colleagues. So we're trying to bring all of that in to inform this. But this is a constant conversation and action. It's not just about the plan, I think. So,
yeah. Thank you. So just building on that, I think, Colleen, the particular element I wanted to welcome in this document is paragraphs 2.2 and 2.10, because they acknowledge that there's a problem inside our HR processes, as well as a problem in our wider organisation, our wider society. And the time I've spent with colleagues in the REACH network, that's a really important point of emphasis. We will not resolve a muscle memory of a decade of this happened, the organisation didn't believe me, the organisation didn't respond, but to which it should be said, I've only heard one side of a story. But I think to be very clear with steps like the external investigators and the interview panels will help people to feel that that's been heard. Everything people from different networks wanted in a plan isn't in the plan. I just need to be candid with the board, not because anything anyone suggested was too hard, just because we would have ended up with a plan that ran to about 25 items, and that wasn't going to be useful. So I'm with Richard. There's a core plan, and then there's constant conversation. And I think anything that's not in the core plan gets dealt with through constant conversation. But I'm reasonably persuaded that if we do these 7 things or so in here, in a year or two's time, colleagues through the network, is as sponsors and others will have a different set of experiences inside the organisation. But the changing of HR, I suppose, is the point I wanted to draw out, which is where your leadership of this paper is going to be very important.
And is there anything the board needs to be doing differently collectively? You know, it's one of those things that I know through the leadership development work, the executives will get a high level of exposure. I'm just conscious for the Neds amongst us as well. Is there anything that we can and should be doing or engaging with the topic in a different way?
Can we reflect on that once we finalise the LDO offer?
Yeah.
Because there might be something that we can share broader, but I would like to reflect on that.
Thank you. Thank you. Any final comments? So a strong support for the emergent and movement and mindset shift that we need to undertake to tackle this. So thank you for that comment.
Chair, just because the action log seems a bit skinny now, we've taken all those items out. I think just building on a point Jude raised, and it's in the beginning of Carlene's paper, maybe March, May time, we need to come back to the wider anti-discrimination agenda, because I think if we're clear we're doing that, I'm comfortable with us starting where we're starting, and I've had that debate with a number of other networks. But I think people want to feel there's then something else coming. So if we could maybe mark that down for March, April, people who are sponsoring networks around this table will bear that in mind, and we'll come back with the wider package in March or May.
Great, thank you.
That's really helpful. Just to talk there, because obviously one of the conversations, while we focus on anti-racism, is intersexuality.
Yeah.
As a black gay man, or, so that's helpful that we signpost that later because of the broader improvement of the We'll get more sophisticated. Sorry, Phil.
No, just following on for that, the session yesterday around the active bystander, that point was made whilst we're focusing on anti-racism. A lot of what we will be talking about and learning about tools will be used.
That's really true.
Okay, so it's helpful.
Yes.
Yeah, just to pick that point up, so anti-racism is the segue to all elements of discrimination. So the intersectionality conversation, and we were really open and transparent that this is a conversation solely lends to white versus brown, white versus black. If there is nuances within brown and black, black and black. So this cannot be seen as an issue around white staff or white patients.
Yes.
There are so much subtext to this conversation, and rather than talking, and our language is really important. So rather than calling out, we need to call in. So calling isn't an educated view, rather than calling out just in the moment and thought. So there's lots of nuances there, but certainly with Carlene and Joe's steer on particularly bystander, upstander training, that will all become allies in terms of our protected characteristics. But this is through the lens of anti-racism, because what we know from the res and des data, the work that's been done last year is that we spearhead it with anti-racism, so that then other elements start as part of that conversation to improve.
Rachel.
It's just reflecting on that bystander obstacle training and whether it's something that the NEDs would be able to have. In terms of your point about how we can do it. I don't know if it's relevant, but it's just something to
So
think about.
there's a board development programme that will be developed in December and January through the chair, and we will make sure this is considered as part of that one.
Thank you. Thank you. Any final, because this is a big topic, and I know people's heads are still whirring a bit. No.
I just wanted to make the point that the GMC's kind of good medical practice changed, and all the typical GMC way they fudged it kind of slightly, but the language used to be that if you saw any sort of discrimination, you should kind of report it. It's now changed to must. And so actually, that's something that I'm not sure that all of my colleagues would actually necessarily be aware. And so actually kind of the active bystander training is going to be something that I think is going to be crucial to make sure that those any sort of consultants will actually probably fall within that definition of having a management role.
That's really helpful with the appropriate behaviour policy because it gives it a national context as well as a local one. So that's fantastic.
Thank you. So we know we support, we look forward to seeing it again, and we look forward to getting involved ourselves. And we also don't really resonate to going through part of our October submission. Thank you. Thanks. Toby, and operations.
Okay, so for newer board members, this is the fifth of a series of papers that we've considered as a board since we approved the strategy, and they're very deliberately focused on what's hard about the different promises that we've set out. So I'm sure colleagues will have studied the paper, so let me just pick out a couple of things as we go through, and then let's see where people's heads are at, mindful that the next paper is in a related space. So the first point, I suppose, is in relation to something like Promise 22, which is also SDR, I'm going to say SDR4, but I might be slightly off on that, which relates to 7-day working. So the reality is that our current mental model, our current staffing model, our current arrangements are completely antithetical to a notion of 7-day working. And I don't mean by that they're not identical. I mean, they are actually built on the basis that we will not discharge people over a weekend and a series of other symbols. And so, yeah, we shouldn't, I think, underestimate the importance of taking intentionally a step over the next 6-7 months to move away from that. And we shouldn't underestimate how countercultural it may feel for colleagues, recognising that in my experience often manifests itself as I can't discharge on a Sunday, it won't be safe. But that also can mask, that would then mean I need to admit on a Sunday, and I haven't got the resources to be able to admit on a Sunday. And these two things get conflated together. They're related but distinct ideas, and we'll need to treat both. If we just treat the first one, we'll do harm in the admitting process. So I won't go further on that, but I think that's one of the key challenges that's contained within this paper. The second of the three things I was going to pick out is on the work that a number of people led by Joe have been doing to look at residential care projects. We already have and have historically had, and Jude and Dermot and others will know more than me, historically a lot of such projects. Sometimes they wither, sometimes they're removed, sometimes they exist, but they're not quite used because there's a range of reasons, and the paper tries to speak to some of that range of reasons. And so, we're really clear that we'll be building, constructing, but not say owning such facilities in the future. But I think we need to learn from some of those past experiences about, okay, why didn't it work, or why didn't it quite work, or why doesn't it work, and so on. We've got crisis houses across all three places now. The Rotherham one has finally re-emerged and looks reasonably stable to exist. Commissioners having finally agreed that that's a good idea. You know, being in the crisis houses, sometimes you're in crisis, but you're slightly too high risk to be in the crisis house, or you're slightly too low risk to be in the crisis house, and then the crisis house isn't really being occupied. So there's some issues about acceptability to our people, and some issues, as the paper says, about acceptability of those facilities to the communities in which they are based. And one of the reasons that ourselves and St Ledger are exploring what we might think of as a slightly more itinerant model speaks to that. So, but what I mean by that is, rather than having a house into which patient X is moved and then we wrap services around it, but then patient X has to move again, what would it be like if we were able to wrap services around patient X, who then stays in that tenancy on an ongoing basis, and we move our wraparound on to the next tenancy? None of this is new or unique or whatever, but I think we're going to need to play around with the 23 with different constructs and different ideas and evaluate as we go. So then the final point I wanted to highlight is under 18. And I remember, Dawn, your challenge to us in a timeout about, and I don't want to misspeak, so these are my words, not the ones you used. You know, why would we need to debate out and argue out what high quality therapeutic care looks like, in a sense, because it's clear, and it's clear to you, and it's clear to me, and it's clear to Steve, but it might be differently clear to each of the three of us. And I just want to emphasise, even since that discussion, because your words have stayed with me, the more I spend time within some of our clinical environments, the slightly reinforced my view is that actually that is a really important dialogue to be able to support inside our ward environments. And I we do want to leave the board with the sense that I think our ward environments have got some way, the human environments have got some way to go to become intradisciplinary and multi-professional. I don't think they've always been set up to be that thing, and they are not that thing. Don't get me wrong, when you go on a peer review visit, Rachel, you'll be told about the MDT, and the MDT does exist and it is a thing. Is it an intradisciplinary way of working in the environment? Rarely, I think, and we need to be choiceful about where we push for that and how we push for that. And we can't do much in our ward environments unless we get to that, is, I guess, the gist of what's under Promise 18 within this paper. So none of that, just to go back to where I started, none of that saying, goodness me, it's all too hard. It's not all too hard, but nor is it a series of kind of do it by next Tuesday type things. It's going to require real intentional OD work with professionals inside our teams, peeling off a layer of, we've tried this before, we did this, it doesn't work, etc., etc. If we're going to make any progress. So, you know, you asked me a question, Dave, not to spoil your questions from the chair, about whether the Virginia Mason partnership that we now have might contribute to that. I'm sure it really, really could contribute to it. Still think there's work for us to do as a leadership team. So this is the last of our 5, and I hope they will prove useful in retrospective and anything different.
Judith, straight out the box, you even beat Dawn.
To as well, which is therapeutics that referenced. It's a really complex dynamic, and this is where, with respect to Virginia Mason, they will bring us the OD things around general leadership.
Yeah,
but there is something very specific about clinically led that needs to be in there as well, which the clinical triumvirate here need to be into. So in terms of therapeutics, I guess what I would do is lens it through 2 aspects. One is around the things that are therapeutic. So that's like the people, the interventions, the environment. So we talk a lot about the environment, the interventions such as medical therapeutics or medication or talking treatments and things like that. And having the people on 73. That is one aspect. What's not always talked about in the research, and certainly not always monitored in metrics when you look at it nationally, is what is counter-therapeutic. So counter-therapeutic, for a couple of examples, giving those 3, would be, if you think about the reasons why there is lots of evidence keeping people with a diagnosis of personality disorder and complex trauma over 72 hours increases the dependency upon the system, and therefore also increases the risk. So you can see this plotted through, and you'll see self-injurious behaviours going on. So there's the counter-therapeutic lens we need to look at our data through that isn't just that. In terms of the environment, the nuances, we see more people that have comorbid diagnosis of neurodevelopmental disorders within our inpatient settings now. So we also know that our inpatient settings, as much as we are trying to be as autism friendly as possible, are not new. So even things like, so for a person with neurodevelopmental issues, I find it really hard in this room because of that noise. And if I'd have known it was as bad as this, I would have had my noise cancelling headphones. That is just me. Where we're in extremely stressed on inpatient units, other people with differences to me would find it very difficult, as we heard from our colleagues today, talk about the light sensitivity, the sound sensitivity. Overwhelmingly, that's what they were talking about. And they aren't people that were declaring a spectrum disorder, but clearly have that as an aspect. So I guess why I'm talking about the counter-therapeutic issues as being something we need to monitor just as much as the therapeutic issues is that that is not monitored elsewhere, and I think that's something that makes the balance go.
Thanks, Jude. And seriously.
Yeah, no, you're very kind. Yes, no, thank you.
Cool.
It's the last, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit, yeah.
It was just really a personal reflection and I think my understanding of what we're doing. I found these really, really helpful because this is really complex and interesting. Richard and I had a conversation pre-quality committee around 22, and just trying to get my head around all of this and how it all fits together. And this, I find this so useful, and you then put that with other papers we've got later. There's so much today that starts to bring things together, and our enabling plans as well. And I know this is about what's difficult, but actually you've got to face what's difficult. So my perhaps throwaway comment earlier around 18, there is better practice out there, but the devil's in the detail, how you implement it, how you recognise the cultures in which you're working and how that's going to actually consistently be implemented if it's appropriate across the organisation. So I have the same experiences when I visit the ward, Toby, the wards, and the kind of feedback you've played back, I think would reflect very much my experience as well. So I think this is a great start for us. It's just a bit of an aha moment when I was reading it.
Yeah, thanks. And just to clarify, comment with Toby and you picked up that Virginia Mason, Richard Falk had very kindly sent around a podcast to Eric After, who was the clinician lead, and listened to his story about effectively implementing a quality management system. I just finished the podcast as well. Read this. And I think it conditions your head in a different way to say how do clinicians really get in this and drive.
And
so that's where I.
And the VM model improvement is significantly clinically dominated. It isn't a management consultancy intervention. It's something different to that. So I still hear the points that Jude's made, but I still think they will have something to offer, but we will have something to offer them, and I think they're very open to that. Just quickly on Dawn's point, one of the things that we've been thinking about is, lots of us in this room, probably all of us in this room, been through quite a relatively intense period of change over the last 18 months. Thinking forward 3 years, there will be some different people sat around this table, and what's the pack of stuff that we need to have in place in order to join this party partway through. And I do think that these 5 papers, and Phil and I'll think about how it is, become almost more important than here's the promises, because you'll get that. It's more of here's what's hard about this. How do we tease ourselves into that process?
I think comments been made, they're incredibly helpful. And it's like the pat in your head and rubbing the tummy. You're in the thick of it, and also being able to sit back off and with
reflect while still in the thick of it is really important. So I'd love us to see us revisit them.
Yeah,
of course.
I agree with that.
Because we'll learn as we go, I think.
I agree with that. Agree with that.
Okay,
Anything
we
else?
shall move forward then. Yes, true.
Yeah, to pick up some of the things in the conversation, there's a lot in here. Yeah, I suspect for the purpose of brevity, I won't cover everything. I think a couple of points have been made by Jude. I think it's not just linking in the clinical access. We've been meeting with Toby. I think in some senses really key. So even though I'm presenting this is a very complex program, or whatever you want to call it, of which as a team, group of people, and the clinical that will be leading on key parts, because talking to me about medics, they'll be like, who the hell are you, kind of thing. It's joking around, but you know what I mean? It's got to be really, really clinically driven. So in support. I think going to as well, that while this is described as our future bed base, this is only one element, because I think this is obviously a strategic objective 3. This is about where does our bed base sit within a enhanced therapeutic offer in the community. You know, I think people do need inpatient, but it's often, that's not quite the last one, but it should be purposeful, timely, and people should remain in their communities as much as possible. So coming in and going out, and then what happens is parlour. So don't read this just as we're going to change our bed base or close beds. It's that whole complex part of that. So I just wanted to sort of give a heads up around that. And then obviously there is a section here again that we've touched on around workforce development. We've talked about staffing. So, and I'll give a real example. We have been doing lots of work. So expected EDD. We looked at those in the review. So that's about having a meaningful expected date of discharge. So you've come in, I will at the beginning be talking to you about what the discharge will look like and what will happen while you're here to achieve that. We have got the dates. I think they're still a bit binary. And what's really clear is that it's still predominantly nurse-led. So really developing the MDT is one of the flavours of the conversation today. This is, you know, different perspective contribution. So when we get to the culture, we might have them say staffing, but actually what does a therapeutic environment look like? And then obviously there are patients, we're developing complex pathways. So discharge is not easy for some of our patients. Quite a lot of our patients may come from their homes. However, during the period they're with us, they're unable to return home for a variety of reasons. So then it becomes a complex package of care. So that's, well, not a big number, that is a really significant part. And I'm starting a complex panel with all 3 local authority partners in one room on the same day in 2 weeks' time. So we'll see how that goes. What's in this paper is, I suppose we're talking very much around what I would deem as our acute and older adult-based environment. So we're not talking about physical health here. There is other work going on, which we'll bring back at another time. Toby's very much hooked in, particularly in Doncaster, around frailty. There's a lot of work on that. And this isn't those specialist programs. So sometimes they all get conflated. It's active area. So the focus is very much about our older adult and wards, yeah. So there's reference here. So last year, Goldcrest was closed, or part of a planned closure, to enhance our assertive outreach teams. That's been evaluated, and it's evaluated very successfully. They're seeing more patients. There's been no serious incidents, and people aren't contacts going, well, how do I access this? So we're looking to repeat that with our Emeralds, and we're in the process of that. And it's also, and I know Jude and Steve can talk to this very confidently about, there's a lot of national discussion about vulnerability, assertive outreach services. And if we've got good assertive outreach services, people don't need to come into our bed base, or they'll be able to pull them out. So hopefully that piece of work will be completed by the end of October. What's really important is the money from that. Some of it is going towards our CEPs, that's in here, but we're reinvesting, and Toby worked very hard with our system to make sure that that's getting reinvested in our AOT service, which the model's looking good. There's a very strong peer element to that. So just we can bring you an update to that. And we learned from the first one a lot of staff engagement around that. I suppose I've talked to you previously about the beginning, the middle and the end. So a lot of the work is reimagining the pinch Toby's way, the admitting process to our wards, because we do benchmark very, very high for admission. We're right at the top end. That's telling me something, and Graham was leading some of that money support for them with that. Things I think we do to really, it's not just them, but focusing on about what happens when they're with us on the bed base, and then also safe and support discharges. So that work is sort of still underway. I think in terms of the actual bed base, and I think that part of what Toby's really signposting here, I suppose, is we're leading some change, and we now need to not just talk about it here. We need to take that complex change conversation outside, which might be with, you know, people who've used our services, people who've experience, partners and things, sort of quite soon, and then signalling in waterfall to start to really sort of bring some of that together. So for next year, we'll have a clear vision. There won't be the plan, and it'll be, this is for the next 3 years where we're going, and then maybe we'll start to work out what the detail of getting there will be. But I think if you look at the Victoria, my deputy, very good with data, did some scenario testing, and obviously looking at current length of stay, or if we adjusted length of stay, if we looked at admission rates and amended those, and then if we looked at our discharge rates, and there's A, B and C scenario. I did say to Toby, what I didn't want us to get into was, well, if we just amended length of stay and discharge, we're sorted. It's not as easy as that. You know, we would have done that if we could have done that quickly. But that comes back to the therapeutic intervention, while on the inpatient. But what it does seem to be signalling very clearly is we aren't utilising our older adults. I think that may be a good thing. That means, you know, there's a number of scenarios that are enhancing dementia rates, providing support to the community. That's not to say we're going to get rid of them, but that feels very clear that we can do some reduction, I would say. I think there is work to really look at our length of stay and improve that. 32 is the national benchmark. I'd be cautious about saying we'll get there very, very quickly with that, and that feels ambitious. But, you know, if we could improve that. So where we're at bluntly, I think North Yorkshire, what I call absorbing their own smoke. So people going in and out in Mulberry is sort of working. They've got a really good, generally a very good length of stay. There's definitely variation across the piece, which we need to look at with the teams, but we can certainly improve on length of stay. And then that will help us as we start to work that out is, you know, you could say, well, we need loads from the wards, which I don't, if we're odometer, I don't think that's the case. I think we can certainly improve to see when we can then significantly start to reduce our outer area. And that's part of the programme of work. And then within that as well, there's the rehabilitation pathway. So there's been a lot of work about, you know, with the ICB about funding locked rehab in Rotherham area, using the work that Joe's doing about alternative residential settings rather than acute environment, and then potentially, again, depending on whether they release the funding, a more community rehabilitation context. So it's not an inpatient in North Links. So there's a lot of irons in the fire and a lot of conversation, which is why we can't say this is our plan. This is all of the complexity we're trying to think about to sort of maybe line up to have some clarity originally by Q1 time-ish next year.
I think that's really helpful positioning.
because it's clear we don't have decisions, but to get to that point, we do have decisions to allow us to have gone through that journey. I think it's incredibly helpful. And I think just as Dawn has said, the fact the juxtaposition against the objective discussion, this discussion, and the statement, it does start to come together very, very clearly. Dawn.
Really helpful paper. I'm struck by the potential benefits realisation of this work, and obviously from quality, safety point of view, treating people in the right way, the right place, and reducing them to stay when appropriate, all of those things that underpin the work. This is not new stuff.
Yeah.
This is something that the NHS, particularly acute environments, have been trying to grapple with for some considerable time. I'm struck by the system interrelationships in doing this. So I'm just sharing really that I've been involved with this kind of work on this scale before, and some of the things that sometimes catch us out are that we're not completely clear and signed up with partners about the shape and size and what we're trying to do. And there is a correlation between our services, acute services, and others. And I know this is a long burn. I know there's a lot to do, but I suppose I'm just wondering, Richard, how transparent this ambition is with others and how we are working across the system.
Yeah.
So that might seem so absolutely obvious, but are you mumbling at me? Tony?
Yeah, no, it's not obvious. I don't know if I'm mumbling.
Yeah.
Cogitating.
I've just been burnt a little bit.
I think. So I was trying to think what things to say. Perhaps well, I'll say what I'm going to say, and then we'll reflect when we talk about the minutes. I think there has been an initial conversation with the chair and chief executive of the ICB, which was opportunistic rather than ignoring this board, about the implications of this paper. And, my sense is that they're at a point where that's probably very positively received. One of the dynamics within that is that deep down, South Yorkshire still struggles with Sheffield in the same way that Birmingham and the Black Country struggles with Birmingham. And what I mean by struggle in that sentence is it assumes that if there's a centrifugal force, it has to be in a particular place. So we will, and that's true in our population to varying degrees, but it's definitely true in the system place you've spoken about. So we will have to navigate through that. I would mark myself as pretty optimistic on that journey. I'm much more cautious about the North Links HMY side of this, and what I think would be heartbreaking is to end up in a position where the act of trying to get the right services across South Yorkshire and North Lincolnshire for the population end up losing our North Lincolnshire services off the back of the caravan. So the timing of this, which is why we're indicating a timescale, but we're fudging it out a little bit, I think will need to be quite tactically deployed. So I'm absolutely with that. I'm absolutely with that sense that there will be institutional actors who rightly or wrongly feel that this is their key space. And local authorities in that are not rightly or wrongly, they're core constituents. And hopefully, although it's unconnected, if you like, the complex cases process will begin to get them working together as well as working with us, which is why I think it's so helpful that Richard's got all three in the same way.
No. And you're right. It's what's different about this. I suppose there's a couple of bits from it. So it was the theme from this. So by doing and demonstrate that there's been the room didn't fall down. So closing goal crests and then evidencing we've improved outcomes. And then interestingly, it's a big national attention on the sector. I think has made the pathway for Emerald easier. And Toby spoke to Doncaster and said, "Can we have we want to reinvest in this way." And I wouldn't say that was an easy discussion. Having that precedent, I think, has been helpful. But you're right. I think and I suppose maybe when we talk about now more external consultation and discussion about this, we'll need to bring people much more into that discussion. The local authority are really key for me as well. But there's also the voluntary sector, because there's really clear voluntary sector who can do a lot more responsive stuff about supporting patients at weekends to be discharged and help them get their shopping and get their flat set up and that. And actually, you know, we might want to really go down that route as well, sort of thing. So there's a lot to think about here, though, yeah.
I think if I could just go to you first.
Thank you ever so much. And obviously, very supportive of the paper. We've been looking anyway here, of course, around this. But I guess building on the implementation, it's really thinking about a matrix way. Yes, there'll be some handoffs between us and different services, and that is sometimes what RDaSH as partnership working. But there's some intrinsic ways we need to work together as well. That's not about moving from one service to another. So I suppose linking that with what we heard in terms of our patient story, and also what we've referenced in terms of our focus on health inequalities. This is where what we know is that sometimes we've heard from people who have made very clear statements about some of the environment, and that their statements are valid for their experience, but they each come from homes, the comfort of our bed and the type of rooms we have for people who don't have beds or are transient in different ways. Their experience would be different when we hear this. And that's where, when we co-produce and enable this to work, we need to look through the lens of all of our people, because we know disproportionately people access our inpatient settings. We also know there are some people that may need an admission if they have an admission earlier on, and if we engage with early would have a much shorter admission to then enable them to be well, but because of the degree of illness and reluctance to come into that type of community, their admission is prolonged. And so this would be reaching in and working very clearly with our faith communities, working very clearly with lots of different sections, but in the site itself and outside of the site. So I suppose it's agreeing and also building on what Richard said in terms of the enabling plans are actually physically how we do that together, and using the experiences we've heard today, but also what are we not hearing? Who are the people that aren't in our wards and don't want to speak to us at all?
And I think that's a brilliant movement. Toby and then Richard.
So 2 comments, and then it'll end with a question to Dirk. So I just really, I suppose the first point, I'm sitting here thinking, I mean, it's on your point about 32 days, Richard. I mean, you know, I couldn't imagine sitting around the board in a different kind of organisation having somebody say, well, the average cardiovascular length of stay is 32 days, as opposed to a conversation about stroke, different types of stroke, MI, etc., and where we will want to get to before you and I suspect, and maybe it would feel comfy with these kind of numbers, is to get to a point, which is that Jude's example about a 3-day length of stay for certain diagnoses, where we're actually building our bed base off an understanding of diagnosis, rather than mental health average length of stay, which is a bucket so big you can see it from space, is 32 days. So that's not a criticism of what we've done. We've done what is nationally done. I think we need to do better than that in terms of the sophistication of the analysis we're able to service in order to persuade ourselves and then the public about where we're headed. I guess I'm drawing attention to para 4.5 because although, as you say, Dave, there is nothing here today to be decided. Let's imagine we go forward and end up in a set of public rooms this side of Christmas, and then other public rooms, the institutional partnerships in February and April, and everybody is saying this hypothesis looks about right to them. Just pretend that that's what happens. It will be a fierce pity if we get to come back to the board and colleagues say, well, I was never really cited on that. Do you see what I mean? So, and there's just something. And my question to Dermot, I guess, is, yeah, I would imagine most human beings professionally will agree with 4.5 A and B. The hardest is going to be C. That won't be the thing that will dominate the conversations that colleagues have referred to. But C, in plain Toby language, then would be the intensive care units might be in just one place across our geography. And my question is, from a medical leadership point of view, how do you react to that, and how might you imagine your colleagues might react to that?
In terms of the intensive care units being in one place, I think there would be some pushback in terms of patient experience. I think historically there were problems when a patient was admitted kind of out of area, if you had a North Links patient in Rotherham, vice versa, in terms of community buy-in, trying to kind of get that patient back out to the community. In terms of the kind of the joint working with the community team, that was always more tricky. I think that we've got more technological solutions now, which kind of have improved that. I think that's always been the big challenge, kind of, because it's much easier to do that kind of joined up working when everyone's able just to kind of come onto a ward. And I think they would get that pushback. Having said that, though, I've worked in other areas as a trainee where they have done such centralisation, and it's worked very well. And so I've seen it work, but then I kind of anticipate what the pushback would be.
No, and there's a bit to learn from those attempts, because what's implied in our paper is that it'd be quite unusual for you to be in intensive care and then go home from intensive care. That the intensive care becomes a part of your journey. So, I mean, let's make this up. Let's say you were from Scunthorpe and the intensive care is in Rotherham, that you might be in intensive care in Rotherham and to go back to an RDaSH ward in Scunthorpe for that kind of interaction. But at the moment, our intensive care units don't function that way. Many of our intensive care patients spend their entire time with us in intensive care. And so if you like, there's a pre-change that we need to accomplish. But yeah, I mean, it's going to need real thought, isn't it, in clinical leadership to get colleagues to that point.
And I think sometimes it's the difficulty in terms of the engagement and consistency of treatment plans. And that's not even if it's at the acute level, let alone the intense level. You can have different views as to what the treatment plan should be from an inpatient team versus the community team, and trying to resolve those conflicts. It's a big challenge.
Understood. Okay, I'm just conscious of the time. I think, Richard, you wanted to.
Yeah, just to pick up this point, I suppose as we think about the change of management process for C, we're going to have to put the data on the table, because as it stands, our PICU are not running as PICU.
Yes.
They should be short, intensive. Our length of stay through the roof. So it's not working clinically as it should be. So while there might be some protectionism about that, I'd want to understand that a bit more. And I think that with Together or Not, it's a bit of a red herring. I think it's a bit about, is our model of delivery of specialist care? It's not, as I would understand, the future one.
So I've just slightly smiling at it, because I was going to ask Richard the question, how do we make this an exemplar? Patients involved, partnership working, and deeply understanding where our people are coming from, and case for change being laid out really transparently is one of those things that really help you. And you've touched on all of those, Richard, so thank you as we've gone through that. Rachel, maybe the final point from Rachel, and then we'll close.
Just a few comments. I think really welcome the paper. I think the voluntary community sector in its very different guises, I think could play a big role here. And I mean, there's already examples of where that does happen. So I think there's probably opportunities for joint commissioning. But I also think there's an opportunity to stimulate perhaps that smaller neighbourhood support that we see works really well. The PFG wardens, for example, and the support that they provide. Just a reflection on terms of transport. Unfortunately, we serve areas that are really poorly served by public transport. A lot of our communities, car usage isn't high, car ownership isn't high, and getting across, I know, is very difficult if we're talking about things being in one place. It's not just about staff, it's about how our residents, patients, what we heard earlier, can actually get to visit people. And then just my last question was around that change, because people are quite wedded to what they've always had. and particularly around beds. And it was just that point about carer support.
Yeah.
Recognising that carers really struggle if they're caring sometimes for an older person, and that we don't do anything that affects their well-being and support that they desperately need.
Yeah. Final for the and there's sort of 5 major hospital reconfigurations and public engagement over the last 25 years. The only thing that I think worthwhile and relevant is these are conversations about trust. Invariably, the public are way ahead of us in their thought process. It's simply that they don't believe that the things we say will mitigate the change. They don't think they're going to happen. And they don't think they're going to happen because they invariably don't. So there's something about us resequencing what we do. If you took something like the transport point, that we have the transport in place way before the change, and we, advertise it like you wouldn't believe. And in doing that, we build the trust that we will do both bits of the equation, not just the nasty closure bits of the equation. And I just think that's something we'll have to carry. And I now realise I've spoken over my medical director, so I'm really sorry.
I just want to make one final point, because I just think it is relevant to this. I think if you look at all of our kind of wards, in terms of adult care, where they've got the shortest length of stay is where the consultants have got split responsibility between the community and the inpatient area. And I think there is something powerful about that way of working which achieves that.
Yes. Thank you. So, Richard, when will you be coming back again?
January.
Yeah, well, I was just saying, it might not be me, it might be one of the other clinical directors to demonstrate, that we're all sort of in on this stuff. I think over November, December is that let's start talking.
Yeah.
More purposely talking to people about this, which might include, will include you as well. So I think just to really emphasise what's coming back again is the plan. Here's where we're up to with our thinking, and start to this model, the vision, clinical, whatever you want to call it, is that's really emerging. And then by X-ray, we should be able to clear, let's say by Q1, this is what our next 3 years will look like. And there'll be some intensive conversations with partners over the next couple of months, I think, to January.
Great, thank you. Change it. General conversation then. Steve, you're on to the next item on patient staff security challenges.
Thanks, Jim. So really exciting paper, and apologies to Sarah and Paul for needing patience and perseverance to get us to where we present the paper today and commit to. Chair, I think it's exciting. We've outlined 3 clear objectives for the organisation in terms of what this role will ascribe and look like going forward, certainly in the next 6 months. So just to cite committee and the board's attention to those 3 objectives, which are our lone worker arrangements. We know that there's work to be done, particularly when we think about Promise 22. So if we are offering a 7-day service, and how we maintain our staff safety and security over that period of time. We're talking about more agile services, treating people who are in the community and pulling people out of our inpatients sooner. So just ensuring that our staff are safe as well. Within that, those model changes that they feel safe. A big part of the work that Judith's been doing around our appropriate behaviour policy is the second objective within this. So there is certainly an overlap with the work that we are doing around ensuring our staff safety. We've spoken a lot around that aware chair this morning. And of course, finally, but in no way is this ordered in priority, that we see a reduction in violence and aggression towards our staff. I think in conjunction, if we look and think about some of the reports that we've had in the preceding kind of the last 2-3 months, if we think about HOD, we've mentioned the RDaSH report. What we know in the first quarter of this year is that we have seen a significant rise in the number of violent and aggressive incidents towards our staff. In Q1, based on Q4's data, it's increased by over 40% in terms of reporting. So I'm not dramatising it, but actually this it's positive in that staff are reporting it, because we have made mention that perhaps not all incidents are being reported. And that does tend to fluctuate. So you know, if we think about this from a SPC assisted process chart, we do see normal variation within that. That said, we have seen a decrease in sexual safety and acceleration incidents over the first quarter, but that may be around the education and being able to challenge and some of the actions that we take as a board, as a senior leadership, how we manage this issue. But circling back and bringing us back to the paper, I think it's just really important for the board to be cited on that this is an organisational responsibility in response to Sarah's really important role. So this is an expectation that between Sarah and I that we will do this. What this sets out is a work plan over the next 6 months until the end of. Actually, okay.
Yeah, sit next to me at the board. It's extraordinary.
What the paper does is it sets out the 6-month work plan until the end of the financial year, and some of the key lines of inquiry that Sarah and I will work through how we, rather than just on the data, that we bring this to life. So we sense and feel it when we're out, and some of it will form part of the peer reviews, of course, which a number of our board members and NEDs are also join us on in and out of hours. So I think it's bringing this to life. I think it's a really important role, and I think what the paper is aiming to do is to give an idea on how this will be implemented over the next six months and what our organisational key lines of inquiry are, and that we are all held to account within Sarah being the champion of that.
Thank you. So in all transparency, because I read the paper, so I'm probably not giving a chair's perspective on this. I'm just giving a Ned's response. I've not with Sarah before and went, blimey, what are you signing up to here? Because this seems an awful lot of time that I don't think a Ned can, and in some aspects should, because I think it gets into the executive doing, get into. And then a quick conversation with Steve to say, you know, where are we with this? And it feels that you're taking on a lot. So all I can do is give a Ned immediate reaction to it, which I completely agree on the 3 priorities. I completely agree that somebody should be doing that work. I'm not sure if I was in Sarah's shoes, I could personally commit the time that it looks like it implies to do that properly. I've not talked to Kath, so I don't have a perspective on it, but I'll just give you a quick reaction from my perspective. I'm open to the others for discussion.
I think there's a possible confusion.
And I think that could well be right. I'm confused.
So I think the paper, and I think Steve narrated this, if I might say so, extremely well. It is not in any way suggesting that Sarah is now either solely or principally responsible for working appropriate behaviour or reducing violence. There's a very specific role which is to be able to hear the staff and patient voice in those 3 spaces and use that data item to challenge the whole executive, me and Steve in that space. It's that. Now, there isn't an expectation that Sarah will personally collate all of that data or receive it herself or run personal focus groups. If you took this on, you would spend as much or as little time as you choose producing an element of the data. But the expectation is, in order to provide assurance, for example, on lone working, we ought to be able to produce a management team information on lone working. So it's beyond, here's a report, do you agree with it, into listening to some of those experiences through things like peer review visits and so on. It's only that.
Okay, thank you.
In the way in which we've conceptualised it. That isn't what the NHS tells us to do. The NHS tells us to have a non-executive person who's responsible for every conceivable policy that might be related to security, and there's a list that will go over 2 pages. Our view is that's unworkable, and with respect to everybody in the room, probably not desirable either, because it's an executive function.
Yeah, it might be helpful if I sort of contextualise this. I mean, certainly the question you've asked is something that I have asked about in relation to this. I agree that I think this does represent a significant and important initiative for the trust, and its intention is to harness the role of myself and the net, and sitting within that space of testing, challenging and understanding. And I suppose the new insights attended here are about lived experience. So this is what the trust says we're doing. Do people think that is what's happening? However, I think my feeling was that the paper wasn't quite where it needed to be yet. I think that balance between the doing and the executive isn't quite, and the NED role isn't quite right. And we had a chat about that beforehand. We thought it was important to get the paper here, just so that we could get the 3 areas exposed and see if there was approval for that. But I think I'm still in a space where I think we need to work through what it is I can contribute to the NED and what is appropriate for me to do. Because if I start to go into the executive space, I can therefore not do my NED role, time and everything else aside. And I think we need to keep two things separate. So my understanding was that there will be individuals whose job it will be to go out and do a lot of this stuff. But I think I would be encouraged more if I could see who those people were from the outset. I think the programme starting in October is probably a bit early, given that we don't know who these people are. And I think what I'd like to see more is some of the parts of what has been gleaned. And there'll be times when I want to go and test stuff for myself. This is what we think people are saying, you know, and I put that together with data. But I wouldn't see myself doing the producing or doing a lot of the visiting and speaking to patients. So I think the paper needs to reflect.
Okay, but I think what I hear is the right 3 priorities. Nobody's got a different perspective on the 3 priorities, with some refinement on exactly what is needed in the time, etc. Okay, is that Steve? Is that absolutely? I think some of the work, of course, is already commencing, so it's not, some of it isn't new, but the aim of the paper is to support Sarah to test that lived experience in the guise and institution how it was. Yeah, and I think it's a really different and important lens. Yeah, you know, we did the board discussions. Okay, thoughts, Toby?
No.
I just haven't looked at, I would just compare it to the freedom to speak on the duty. Take litigation.
And I did see similarities between, I had that chance yesterday to speak with Dave, I want this to look and feel similar to the NED input that you'd have to agree to speak up. So it's that level rather than getting into the grass or the weeds, whatever the expression is. Because then you lose that NED, that input and that NED perspective. I think that's what's so important here, because as you say, the work is going on anyway. It's going on and it's being done. But I think, in being a champion, I think it's my role then in the board to understand it on behalf of the board, understand the area, have those conversations and chip up if I feel that it's not moving the way it should be.
Yes. Cool. So, yes, it was a consideration which I think we considered and then we reviewed it and we agreed we know what we're going to do next. Yeah, thank you. Ned's dropping like flies at the moment. Are we okay to continue? Yeah. So, induction, you know, Dashians.
Oh, Dashians, thank you.
New phrase, darling.
Yes. So new colleagues joining the organisation are known as RDaSH moving forward. So the paper details our changes to the induction programme that commenced later in October. So historically, our induction programme pre-COVID was a one-day face-to-face based on the Doncaster site. During COVID, that moved to an online session. We've had feedback for some time now about the content of our induction programme, but we've also reflected on the organisational strategy and the promises and the changing direction. So we are having a very different induction programme. The induction programme is going to move to a 5-day induction programme for all colleagues joining the organisation. That induction programme will rotate around our localities. So it won't just be based on the Doncaster site. And if you join the organisation and you are joining a team in North Lincolnshire, will you wait until the induction programme travels to North Lincolnshire? No, you won't. So you'll join the next available induction programme. The induction programme, though, is very different. It isn't about an induction programme inducting you into your role. It's about inducting you into the organisation, the strategy, our values and the promises. So a 5-day induction programme Day 3, though, is a day spent with the local teams. Day 4 is the MAST, some e-learning training. So there is an element of a combination there. But the induction programme will build relationships with colleagues. We'll have some lunchtime sessions. Rather than being a presentation, we come into a room, you spend the full day having a presentation. There will be information that we share in advance of the induction period. So when you have the 5-day induction programme, it's more of an expert Q&A session with the presenter rather than going through some of the key material. Yes, will you still know when I'm going to be paid, how will I be paid, how do I raise concerns? Yes, you will still have that, but the induction programme is much, much broader. So that's an overview of where we are from a 5-day induction programme. We will then have a graduation from the induction programme. So the graduation of the class of November 2024, the class of January 2025, where we'll build those relationships and monitor their progression or not within the organisation. It is a very different approach for us though. 5-day induction programme for all colleagues, a very different experience. What we are focusing on though is what would be expected benefits that should come from that induction programme. So we should see increased staff engagement scores. We should see a reduction in our turnover rates. We should see improved lower absence rates. They are some of the key benefits. We are driving towards becoming fully staffed by January 2025, but there's an equal focus on retention. Retention is just as important, and our induction programme is the starting point of that journey for the RDaShian joining RDaSH.
Brilliant, thank you. I think it's really useful to just to reflect on this and one of the big investments in our staff. To replace that point about retention, so talk about learning half days, the leadership development, they will be great things for retention, but also having USPs for improvement going forward as well. For people to join or think about joining the organisation and see that investment will be a really good selling point.
Just to reiterate that in addition to not being on the Tick Hill Road side and rotating between geography, the induction will take place entirely in venues like this. So when we say in the community, we don't mean in an RDaSH building. All of the induction or everything except day 3 will take place in community locations in all their glory and all their ickiness, you know, and that's an important part of the experience.
Yeah, just say really welcome this, and I think for those 5 days to understand what RDaSH is all about, I think is really welcome. And I think hopefully they'll make contacts as well with each other and we'll stay in touch. So I think it's really good. I'm sure it's in there, but I just couldn't see about where they'd understand about the board. Because I think, you know, in terms of governance, the organisation, because people might be new to it, they might have come from the private sector where you don't have a board, where decisions are made. So I just wondered how that would be included.
We do have an element in one of the sessions on there.
Yeah.
Okay, so from my experience, I really support the pluralist. The metric that people don't often talk about is time to capability. So how quickly can you get somebody up to speed? And I think for us, it's also time to mindset. You know, how quick, because we've got so many big ambitions. How quickly can we get somebody with unique characteristics shaped in a way that is truly an RDaSH way? And then you can only do that by significant investments, you know, at this stage. So, yeah, I think it's great. And I think you're right to say evaluating 12 to 18 months. So, you know, we'll look for it.
But anyone should underestimate Colin's presentation has. When Wigan did this 15 years ago, and Wigan Public Services began to induct people into being a public servant, rather than you are a street cleaner, you are a nurse. It will take that couple of years to get people used to it, because apart from the else, people come to induction thinking, right, we'll get this out of the way and then I'll be street cleaning. you know, even the idea of the induction will be slightly countercultural to probably what people walk into the room doing. So, you know, I mean, but I mentioned working because I think there is not prototype, but there is an established notion of how you do that, and also maybe a hint there that in due course, as local authority partnerships and other things develop, that you're actually being inducted to being a public servant locally, and that is a different thing.
Yeah, so I really welcome the idea of the programme. I guess I'm particularly keen to kind of understand that with the flexible working arrangements. I guess I'm thinking from an equality and diversity point of view, people with where we've got that part-time working, but also maybe disability, who's carers, maybe people who rely on public transport, just so we're thinking about how they can access it, because actually 5 days in a row feels like that could be quite a lot for people to manage and on schedules.
As part of the recruitment process, colleagues will be having discussions about reasonable adjustments, whether that be travel will have started later, finishing a little bit earlier, but that's broader with the reasonable adjustments for travel and such like. So we've agreed to consider those for part-time colleagues with potentially looking to span 2 induction periods. But what we are keen to do is have that early discussion as part of the onboarding process, because colleagues, if they have sufficient time, can often plan for a longer induction period. So we're very keen to start that at the point of the offer being made, rather than being finalised and a start date ready for the individual to join us. So that communication with the individual, what do you need to succeed as part of the induction programme, alongside succeeding in the role, because some of the challenges and some of the adjustments will be similar.
Fantastic, and I'm sure that will bring out other things that make people feel more welcome and actually start setting that tone right from the beginning, doesn't it? Thank you.
That's the intention.
There are some lunches on the, so if any non-executive member happened to be in the vicinity, they could pop in for the lunch. No, I'm sorry, but pop in for the socialisation. That includes the lunch.
I wanted to go to get the lunch.
In fairness, that's a good reflection, because we've had a number of colleagues who have seen the programme that have been with RDaSH for some time and have said, how do I get on the programme? I want to go on the programme.
And I think that is a good thing to do, really, to do that. Because everybody will work for one person in the room. You know, so how do you take accountability for all medical staff attending, senior leaders attending? You know, because often they're the ones who say, yes, you do, but we don't need you. You know, so at some point, we've got to make it attending.
Any final comments, questions for Carly? No, thank you. We note as support. Thank you. Out of area placement. So is that your in the chair?
So I suppose it's a topic that we've visited over the last few board meetings, and there was quite a detailed paper shared in August from Toby that set out the risks and context and the reasoning behind moving to a risk share arrangement on South Yorkshire element of this. At the last meeting, there were 3 resolutions agreed around continuing negotiations with South Yorkshire ICB, acknowledging the inequity potentially between North Lincolnshire and Humber North Yorkshire positions. And there was also then a specific financial element within that. So to give you an update on those elements and also talk a little bit about some of the due diligence that we've been doing over the last few weeks. There's been 3 components to that due diligence. The first one around determining whether the actual spend for 23-24 is as it appears, or has it been artificially deflated with some technical adjustments by the ICB, and we've satisfied ourselves now the numbers they've shared haven't been artificially deflated, they reflect the actual cost, so that's progress, that's good. We were trying to get ascertain the amount of growth through inflation that's been applied to the 23-24 costs, and we've got clarity on that as well now. So that is clear to us in their calculations as to what they've assumed as uplift, and we're happy with that element. The bit that's still outstanding is around the amount that the ICB intends to retain as part of this agreement. It's about £16 million worth of out of area placement budgets, which we need a bit more clarity around split between specialist and general, and how they're treating that amount. There is a proposed settlement which is included in the paper, and I'm recommending that, based on our conversations previously, we accept that. Yeah, essentially what that sets out is a full year effect transfer of about £7 million, 4.35 million in a year. And against that, there's a forecast cost of just over £3 million. So in year, it suggests that there might be a benefit within those numbers. However, they are based on ICB forecasts, so we'd want to look into those a little bit more. As part of that arrangement, there's also an amount which the ICB retains, which is within the amount that was previously delegated to Toby and myself, and that totals about 380,000 on a full year effect basis. The other bit to update you on, I suppose, developments with Humber, North Yorkshire, North Lincolnshire Place. Myself and Toby met with them a number of weeks ago, and they were positive to explore similar arrangements for our North Lincolnshire out of area placements. And those conversations have been positive, and I've met with the Director of Finance once on a meeting again tomorrow. But I think it's safe to say they're probably going to take a few months to sort of develop, I think, in terms of getting to an arrangement, not least because of the ongoing ICB discussions about formation of a JV and sort of a bit of lack of clarity around that element of it. So I suppose there's three resolutions or recommendations for the board to consider. The first one, that we accept the proposal put forward by South Yorkshire ICB for the general out of area placements for a period of 1st of October 2024 to the end of March 27. That we continue on the £16 million lack of clarity sort of bit with the ICB and get some more information on that. And then also continue our conversations with North Yorkshire Place to try to get to a similar arrangement as we've agreed with South Yorkshire.
So this one is the decision. Yes. There are three components to that. They're clearly on page 112 or indeed on the recommendation page, so they're clearly kind of laid out. Is there anything that you would like to question about the decision that we collectively take as a board?
Strong support.
And so can we take them as all three are then approved? Lots nice. Well, yeah. We are hurtling, you'll be pleased today, towards lunchtime. You're back in the chair, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, adult eating.
Again, another topic I'm sure board members are familiar with, based on our previous conversations at meetings around the risk. Essentially, we've required quite a bit of non-recurrent support the last 2 years with the adult eating disorder collaborative to achieve balance. This year, the initial risk was about 1.8 million. There was an offer from NHS England to get that down to about 600k of residual risk. And again, myself and Toby were delegated up to 350k sort of a limit in terms of managing that risk down. And we've had further discussions with NHS England, supported by the ICB Chief Finance Officer, Lee Alphabet as well. And that's important because this contract transfers over to the ICB from 1st of April. So having these visibility of that and acknowledging that this is an issue, I think is important, so that we start off in a better place as we start to negotiate for next year. So essentially the proposal from NHS England reduces the risk down to about 300k for us, and it agrees to fund the costs of one patient on an actual cost basis. Again, I think it's an important distinction on that one because that protects us from any increase in future months because we've got that agreement for reimbursement on an actual cost basis. So the request is to reapprove the contracting with NHS England so that we can agree terms on that basis. Happy to take any questions.
No, I think from my point of view, to support, I think that there is always risk that we'll get some additional extra packages of care, but we are seeing the demand reduce slightly for beds, and also the number of young people turning into an adulthood stage coming to us requiring complex care and extra packages of care. And it's good to see the commitment from NHS England around this one particular patient who is extremely complex, and it's a significant part of the deficit position shared between us all. And having a recurrent commitment to keep funding that, whatever that package of care will be, even when that patient leaves where they are now, they're likely to need quite an expensive package of care, is really important. And I think that's important to note. It's not just around the whole thing, that commitment for that particular patient that won't fall to us going forward.
But as you say, Jo, there may be other patients.
There may be.
And if there are other patients, we will be liable for that cost. And it's important the board is clear about that. Yeah.
So we've come at this topic a number of times. We talked clearly about the tolerance that we could accept.
We're 53 grand to the good. He gave us 350. We didn't bring it in at like 349. We brought it in at 297. I think we were feeling pretty chipper about it.
I didn't.
Toby wants a stroke.
No, I don't want a stroke. I don't want a stroke. Honestly, without Lee Althwaite, we'd have been absolutely knackered. To be honest.
It clearly is, that takes the credit for
It should.
So we note the gap is within the tolerance agreement and we reapprove collectively the contract with NHSE on the basis. So thank you for that. We are spectacularly ahead of time now because we're done for lunchtime.
Yeah.
Could I suggest that we try to get back, unless anybody's going to tell me you've got calls or anything else planned, food has not yet arrived. Shall we at least try to get back in the chair with our 45 minutes and be back in the chair at 2:05? Unless anybody's got any problems with that.
I can do two.
I can do two.
I can do two, just to keep it simple.
I'm just conscious you've got flu vaccinations, the lunch has to arrive.
Flu vaccination.
Oh, if there's a high uptake of flu vaccinations, then 2:05, yeah.
2:05, guys, if you can hear us still, thank you for bearing with us. Janice has got a thumbs up. Hopefully that's okay for you. 2:05, we'll get on with it. Thank you.
Very well.
Where was the flu vax, Steve?
I can see on the way.
Okay, that's fine. We need to take a photo of me having my, so I've had mine.